There we are. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Women's Series Live. Apologies, we weren't here yesterday. I had a prior engagement that I'd completely forgotten about. Phil is in Amsterdam. Boyce was at another wedding and the Man United game, so I'm not sure which of those would have been worse for him. And the rest of the team are just busy right now. It's a crazy time for all of us. But we are back today for events 19 and 20. It's been a while and I'm very out of the loop. But are these the last women? Oh no, there's another block in Wigan next month. How is everybody? Yeah, interesting day yesterday for Bo Greaves after such dominance, not picking up either title. Do we think that was her potentially just going through the motions a little bit? We know her spot is pretty much safe. Well, her safest spot after winning the Women's World Match Play in the World Championships. Her lead is virtually unassailable. But we will keep an eye on that one. Suzuki Fallon first game. Are you kidding me? Is that genuinely the draw? Bo Greaves, Eva McCormack to start. Lindsay Ashton against Adriana Van Vegan and Vermaat. It is Mikuru versus Fallon, game one. Ouch. One of them is going to have an interesting afternoon to sit around. Are they on? Yeah, same part of the draw as Lisa Ashton as well. And Maria O'Brien. Wow, what an interesting part of the draw now. Noelyn Van Leuven. And Griffiths. I'd ask what feature game we want, but it's going to be Bo versus Aoife, isn't it? Because Fallon versus Suzuki is going to be on the stream. So that's where we will go. The right-hand side will be a featured game when games get going. And as per usual, if you've got any questions throughout the day, just let me know. How are we doing, Lendl? You all good, pal? Are you not heading to the AFAS? What am I looking for? I'm looking for the OD tweet so that I can share it from my own socials. Busy man, I know that feeling. The ITV graphics do look very good. That will no doubt be a topic of conversation on Monday night's show. It's taken them a while. But they do look decent. Who tweeted it? Oh. Are they Viaplay graphics, are they? So they're not ITV. Because Carl from Darts Tracker said, had a sneak preview of the new ITV graphic prior to being used this evening. They look excellent. Good stuff by those involved at ITV Sports, and has been in the offing for a while. This is an upgrade and sure just the start of the improvement. Okay, I'll start with a question. Everyone else can get involved. If you could change one thing about televised darts right now, what would be the area that you look to improve on? Lendl, that's cheating. No walk-ons? What's wrong with walk-ons? I'll be interested to hear this one. No joint walk-ons would be certainly an improvement in some of the other events. But no walk-ons at all? Talk to me, why? I enjoy some of the walk-ons. Some of them are a bit like, what is going on here? You say that, Lendl, but the Pro Tour is different, isn't it? Like, there is a different level of expectation. And they cut the cameras in at the last minute. You go from adverts right into the darts. Like, that's not possible in broadcast. Or it is, but then they rip us off with even more. I like the fact it just breaks up the, right, somebody's talking, here's a bit of music, now the game is on, sort of thing. Morning, Jack. How are we doing? Yeah, Lisa looked magnificent yesterday. I was trying to keep up with it throughout the day. I'll be honest, I haven't seen every single little result. There might be points today where I go back looking at the last 2 days. But if I have missed anything while I'm talking, obviously just let me know. I won't be offended. I'm blaming bars anyway. How dare he go to Amsterdam? That's my job. Stream says play starts at approximately 10:15. I think the outside balls will be similar, although it wouldn't surprise me if the players are at them and getting ready right now. I never get offended. That's what I do. Just dish it out to everyone else instead. Let's go back to that one. If you are lurking in the background and want to get involved in the chat room, make sure you are a subscriber to the channel. That's the only way you can do that. Even if you're watching on your TV, you can whack us on your phone and get involved in the chat room. That way, we'll give you a little bit of a shout out. But if you are there, make sure you are dropping us a like. An unrelated question, mate. How big is the county scene in GB in England? From Holland, we don't really hear too much from that side of the game, but it looks brilliant to me. It's okay. I mean, if you're involved in the county setup, then it's a lot bigger than if you're not, which sounds a bit Michael Owen-y, but there are plenty of people that will play locally that don't know anything about county and that don't have aspirations of playing for the county. Like, you can elect to play Super League, which is effectively local league qualifying. You track averages, basically. And then you can qualify for a county side that way. It's not as big with the public as it was 30, 40 years ago when you used to genuinely sell tickets to locals to come and watch you play. But it's still doing okay. I mean, the number of county sides in the last couple of years grew from when the UKDA took over from the WDF. The sponsorship seem solid enough. I'm not sure financially what they will get. A lot of it is still done by volunteers, obviously. Only people they tend to pay are the refs, if at all. Some people do it for the love of out of their heart. Me, £100 a day, mate. Thanks. But there's plenty of very, very good players in this country that don't play county anymore, that have either been there and done that or don't want the expense of it because it is effectively a weekend away for, unless you're a County A player, which is guaranteed at that level, depending on what division you're in, you might be going away for a best of 5. And that can cost you upwards of 150, 200 quid by the time you've paid for a hotel for the night, paid for the team coach, paid for your food and drink for the weekend. But it's all fun and games. Yeah, so not all of them, but, well, the majority of them will travel together to save costs. So instead of everybody driving, as in transport, not as in somebody to tell them how to be better. Like a bus, basically. Marcus Smart trade. Where do I start, Joe? If we'd let him go and bought in a top 5, top 10 point guard that's a ball handler, distributes, gets it off, and can still play defense, then fine. But we didn't. And we've basically gone, right, we're going to roll with Derek White, who is okay, but had injuries last year. Doesn't play defense anywhere near as hard as Smart, who won Defensive Player of the Year not too long ago from point guard, which is ridiculous. And Porzingis is already hurt or got hurt playing in the World Cup, didn't he? So, look, we needed a big. Whether or not Smart is the piece I would have used to get that big is a different matter. But if you're refusing to break up the Jays, there's not really a lot else there to offer teams, given where our depth was. We've made a lot of bit part signings since then, people that do exactly the same job as Sam Hauser, but a slightly bigger name. I'm like, just leave Hauser there then and pay him less. But we'll see how it goes this year. Obviously, this is right, we've rolled the dice on Tatum and Brown, and they've got to make it work this year. I say make it work. They've been to, 4 Eastern Conference semi-finals at least, or Eastern Conference finals in 5 or 6 years. Like, they still go into the playoffs every year. But at some point, it'd be nice if that turns into a banner. Right. Any sign of some games for us to start talking about? I'm not going to have eyes on every single board. Imagine if Bo doesn't win the event this week. It would be crazy. And then, if Bo doesn't win the event today, how much more will the conversation about which world championship does she pick? How much louder do those conversations become? Could be an interesting one. Aren't there any bigs on the free agent market next season? Not that go and make us better depth-wise than what we got for Porzingis. It was a load of old boys. Boogie Cousins was available, and there's another old big. But actually, I quite liked our rotation. Last year, I like Rob Williams. He's exceptional. He's just got to stay fit. When he's fit, he's ridiculously good. Horford, he's not getting any younger, but leadership-wise, ability to play stretch four and go and guard the biggest fives in the league can't be underestimated. I like Porzingis, and he needs a restart somewhere because he's still got bags of talent. So hopefully, this is the one. As we get games underway, 3 go live. Has to be Lakeside because Bo can get easy. It depends, doesn't it? Because Bo can look. We keep saying easy money. First of all, this is sport, right? And anything can happen in sport. She could lose first round there unexpectedly. We're not expecting that to happen, but she could have a terrible day. Someone could have a brilliant day against her. That happens, right? So it's not guaranteed that if Bo turns up at the Lakeside, she wins it. If she turns up with a game at the Lakeside, every game, then she wins it, right? That's the difference. She doesn't win it just by being there. She has to play well. Secondly, the other thing to consider are things like if, and it's still a big if right now, we don't know the prize fund for the WDF. If the prize fund for women winning the Women's World Championship at the Lakeside is smaller than a first round guaranteed for turning up, or even first round win at Ali Pali, then you'd be mad to go to the Lakeside. You're guaranteed a bigger payday just by turning up somewhere. If that's the case, PDC. And whilst it's pretty well known that the environment that PDC plays in doesn't normally stack up with how Bo likes to enjoy her darts, until we know a little bit more about the long-term future of the WDF, it's hard to back it with short-term goals in mind and then go, actually, I've done that, cut my nose off to play there this year, and then go looking for those opportunities in the PDC the following year. If the WDF put everything into this World Championship and don't have a sustainable business model, that means that they're straight back in this situation next year and the year after and the year after, in that nobody knows what's happening, nobody knows what anybody's playing for. As Bo bangs in a 15 dart leg to open. Good news, we are 9 darts in each to the Fallon Sherritt Mikuru Suzuki match, and the scoreboard is missing. Well, hey, some things never change. Great job, PDC. Early lead to Corin Hammond over Michelle Andrews. Noelin van Leuven has taken the first leg against Kasuzu. Oh, that one I'm struggling with. Tammy McKenzie 1-0 up on Kirsty Hutchinson. Vanessa Zardema takes the first leg against Eran van Wiegeden. Lorraine Winstanley 1-0 up on Karen Weber. Sharon Stratzma-Pull 1-0 up on Barbara Hospoderska. Just butchered some of those names and I apologise. Bergeries goes 2-0 up. And Fallon Sherrick takes the opener against Mikuru Suzuki. Still no scoreboard. That, Joe, is a rabbit hole I'm not prepared to go down. Joe Aldershaw leaves Gemma Bowen 2-0. Rebecca Edwards is taking the opener against Laura Patton. Lorraine Winstanley 2-0 up on Karen Weber. Do we need to talk number of entries, by the way, while we're here? With the British Open and Classic going on in Bridlington. Morning, John. How are we doing, pal? Fallon doubled her lead on Mikuru Suzuki. 2-0 to the good is the Queen of the Palace. I think she's coming back for 25 for 3-1. Bergeries now 3-1 up, fires in a ton for a 14 dart leg. She's still averaging 92. Was that just 2-0? It was. Looking like the very first person to progress to the next round will be Bo Greaves. These are technically preliminary rounds because this round isn't for fixtures. Morning, Els. How we doing, mate? Yeah, tough draw. Poker's is always a tough draw. To be fair, we're going to lose at least one of those two, at least one of Makura and Fallon. Laura Turner has safely arrived. There's 1-1 with Emma Wapshaw. I know she was having difficulties travelling to the event this weekend. Raymond Stanley 3-0 up on Karen Webber. Courtney Hine 2-0 up on Joe Andrews. Corin Hammond 1 away against Michelle Andrews. Vanessa Zydema 3-0 up on Erin Van Vigenen. As Bo Greaves wraps up a 4-1 victory over Aoife McCormack. We do lose Aoife as the first player today. I think I'm going to leave that up there as well with Roos van der Velter and Aurora Fochesato. Who wins the men's side today? Still can't believe MVG pulled it out. I'll be honest, after Dirt versus Danny, not Dirt versus Danny, what did I watch last night? Johnny. I turned it off. Live dart stage hasn't worked all weekend, so who's still in? Barney beating Smith was a shock. I didn't watch it. What was the standard like? Did Smith have a mare? Did Barney just play well? Did the crowd get involved? Best than 19 legs. There's no way Barney beats Christ. It was Peter Wright, though. Is today draw bracket order? So one of Keegan Brown, Nathan Aspinall, Barney, and Peter Wright is going to be in the final. Yeah. I'll say MVG Asp is the final. That's where we're going with that one. Mikuru gets a leg back. She trails Fallon Sherrick 2-1. Erin Van Vigenen gets a leg back. She trails Vanessa Zydema 3-1. Kirsty Hutchinson from 1-0 down to Tammy McKenzie now leads 3-1. Joe Aldershaw was leading against Gemma Bowen of Wales. They're now 2 apiece once again. Lindsay Ashton, Lisa Ashton's daughter, leads Adriana Van Vigenen Vermaat 2-0. Laura Patton has just gone 2-1 up on Rebecca Edwards. Lorraine Winstanley still 1 leg away from victory, leading Karen Webber 3-0. Corin Hammond, the same. That leg's been going on a little while now. Joe Aldershaw moves in front of Gemma Bowen once again. That's 3-2 now. Barbara Hospoderska gets a leg back against Sharon Stratzma-Pull. Chris Savary goes 2-0 up on Jane Monaghan. Grace Crane gets a leg back against Grace Ferridge. Courtney Hine moves 3-0 up on Joe Andrews. And we have a second result. Lorraine Winstanley, a 4-0 winner over Karen Webber. That's Makuru from 2-0 down, levels us up at 2 apiece. That is your streaming board game. I'd love to be able to tell you what else is going on in that one, but the scoreboard has broken. There is one streaming board, Bloxburg, and that is on PDC TV. You need a subscription to watch that one. Selected games throughout the day picked by the PDC team. You cannot watch every single game today. Bear with me. I am on mute. How long have I been sat there chatting to absolutely nobody? I googled the pronunciation of Kasuzu And I've forgotten it. Wow. I think solid work from me. One of the questions I asked them was, how did Van Leuven play yesterday? One of the ones I wasn't able to keep up to date on. Anastasia, the one was over, wins her first leg in 15 darts. Should we try some background music? Phil hates this, but I think it's decent. Laura Patton beats Rebecca Edwards 4-2. Suzuki wins. She trailed Fallon Sherrick through the entirety of that match. Suzuki wins. She trailed Fallon Sherrick through the. Just pick up this 80. Does Fallon miss darts at 16s? Fallon does miss darts for the match. Suzuki capitalizes to knock out Fallon Sherrick in the preliminary round. Well, she won a double 16. First dart was on the outside, in the double 7 in the top corner. And for the second inside on the double 9, Suzuki returns for 52. Van Leuven, a 4-2 winner over Kasuzu Iwao. And all that time trying to find out how to pronounce her name, and then she gets knocked out first round. If the graph plays how we know she can, then definitely. The best chance to beat Bo is early on as well. Once she gets into a tournament, I feel like give up. Not give up, but that's how it goes. Anastasia, back-to-back 15 dart legs, by the way. She leads Silk Alone 2-0. Their last 64 games, remember. This Fortunata game has been warming up for a long, long time now. Are we missing out? You watch the minute I come off it, something else will play, but I fancy a bit of this one instead. Lorraine Hyde against Felicia Blay. That will certainly not be a slow one. Savory is a 4-1 winner over Jane Monaghan, meaning we just have 3 1-2-8 games remaining. Obviously, they count a prelim game today because we did not get over 1-2-8 entries. Just 81 for this batch. It was Van der Velde to Pochasato on the stream next. So I've made a good decision. Laura Turner, one of those still in 1-2-8 action. She leads Emma Wapshot 3-2. Grace Ferridge is a leg away from booking her spot in the last 64. She leads Grace Crane 3-1. One that might take some time here is Jane Biggs against Louise Leahy. Currently 2-1 in that. Lendl, are you still about? Is Roos related to Jurgen? Laura Turner is through 4-2 victory over Emma Wapshot in that game. I said it would take the longest to complete in the 1-2-8. Definitely will. Leahy just levels up at 2 apiece. Grace Crane gets one back against Grace Ferridge. Lorraine Hyde. Thought so. Hyde 2-0 up on Felicia Blay then. Donna Gleed 1-0 up on Robin Byrne. That would be a little bit of a surprise. Robin's got a bit of a target on her back, given her position in the rankings. And another early exit for Fallon Sherrock, by the way, opens the door for Lisa Ashton. Alan is currently third on the order of merit. Lisa Ashton fourth, Brianna Sullivan fifth, Robin Byrne in sixth. If Lisa can reach at least the final of this event, she will jump above Fallon Sherrock. Heading into event number 20 later on. Remember, Bo Greaves has already booked her spot at the World Championship at Alexandra Palace, meaning the next two on the ranking list will also qualify. Currently, that's Mikura Suzuki and Fallon Sherrock, but obviously with Lisa closing in. That could it. Rihanna Sullivan was to pick up today's title. She'd be just £50 behind Fallon Sherrock as well. £100, sorry. And then the conspiracy theories will start, won't they? Anastasia Dobromoslova beats Silkalo 4-0 comprehensive for From Russia with Love. Alan was to drop to fourth and then Bo played the WDF instead of the PDC. Could you imagine what Twitter is going to say? Very nice. One away now. 3-0 up on Felicia Blay. Linda Porter has just taken over against Sarah Brown. Angela Kirkwood 1-0 up on Samantha Curtin. Byrne did level up with Donna Lead. Sabrina Young and Notter leads Kristen Manley 1-0. Renato Sullivan leads Yvonne Taylor 1-0. Katie Sheldon, superb win for her. 4-0 victory over Ashley Trauborst. Tristan Patterson still leads 1-0 against Fiona Roberts. In chat, I've got another point. Given that Roos Mandelvelter and Jurgen are related, brother and sister, who are the most famous darting duo that are related to each other? There's a couple within the women's series. couple of sets of brothers somewhere lying about the west for one. Husband and wife, maybe Peter and Chrissy Manley. Drew's levels up at 1 apiece, by the way. Lorraine Hyde takes out 107 for a 4-0 victory over Felicia Blay. That was superb from the Scots, which means we need another featured game. So we will drop on. Kitty in the Khan and Denise Cassidy. Jane Biggs goes 3-2 up on Louise. Lady 1 away for her. We're still waiting on Grace Ferret and Grace Crane to come to conclusion as well. I still can't get my head around midweek pro tours and people just saying if you can't go now or you're changing your mind and you weren't committed in the first place. You can't just say that. You've got to be able to live and survive. Well, you weren't prepared to take the risk. It doesn't work like that. Phil is in Amsterdam. If he gets a chance, he said he's going to pop on. He's currently uploading videos. But the problem is there's a double session today. If it was yesterday and I was about, he might have been able to jump on in the day. But you wonder where he was yesterday afternoon, didn't it? But yeah, probably not is the answer to that one. Which means you've got a double session of me just sitting here talking at you. Superb. Who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want a deciding leg between Grace Crane and Grace Ferret? That's exactly what we have in the 128. And in the Porter, Sarah Brown, 1 piece. Kurt and Angela Kirkwood, 1 apiece. Decent averages in that one. They're two of the players that have really benefited from the improvement in standard. They seem to have increased their level with that. Not anybody interested. For victory, 84-49 for her. When your computer just starts messing around. Sounds. I need breakfast. What shall I have? Or is it a topic of conversation? Why do you want to listen to Phil anyway? Watch him butcher everybody's name. We know something, but we can't tell you. Nah, get rid of him. He's watching. Sharon Stratzman Paul leads Sarah Roberts 2-0. Robin Byrne. That game's been a bit flip flop, hasn't it? Donna Glee took the opener, then Robin Byrne went 2-1 up. Now she trails 3-2. Is Katie Sheldon going to be left flying the island flag alone? So Brian won away against Quincy Beeman. She leads 3-2. Jane Biggs has beaten Louise Leahy 4-2. Somehow that game was finished before Grace Ferrage and Grace Crane, which is still 3 each. For a game that long, though, you'd expect the averages to have taken a tumble, and they just haven't. 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver will be up next. She'll take on Laura Patton. Donna Glee does get the better of Robin Byrne. Kirsty Vinikainen is in trouble. She trails Denise Cassidy 2-0. Grace Ferrage beats Grace Crane. The 1-2-8 is over. Who's next on 14? Maria O'Brien and Rebecca Hoyland. Lisa Ashton will play Grace Ferrage now. That's the day with 5 players from Ireland, 6 players from Ireland. If Fiona Roberts doesn't turn it around against Tracy Patton, we'll be down to 1 already. Sabrina Younganotta beats Chrissy Manley 4-0. Give up, go back. So Brian beats Quincy Beeman 4-2. Scott part of the first women's world match players. struggled with form a little bit this year by the looks of things, but she's into the last 32. Just Patson one away now against Fiona Roberts. She leads 3-1. In the last swimming game, still 2 apiece in that one. No, it's not 3 apiece. How does that just come back so bad? Cassidy one away now. She's 3-0 on Kirsty Green and Croydon. Sarah Roberts levels up with Sharon Stratsman Paul. That's 2 each. Next up on board 6 will be Joanne Deemer against Katie Gallagher. Trina Gulliver is underway. She is 0-0 with Laura Patton at the minute. Maria O'Brien, Rebecca Hoyland, and Sarah Mortimer against Gemma Bowens. They're not messing around today. Getting straight back on. It wasn't too long ago that Bowen was beating Joe Aldershaw. Brianne Griffiths one away. She leads Anne Chilton 3-2. Priscilla Steenbergen. She leads Lorraine Wynn Stanley 3-1. Completely missed that game and even started. Well, that is Lorraine Wynn Stanley in trouble. Afternoon, Jason. How are we doing? All good here, thank you. A little sleepy on the drive yesterday. All good. Are we about to see a Women's Super Series first, by the way? Tori Hewitt will take on Corinne Hammond. Is that the first All-Australian battle? Can't think of many more Australians that will have played in the Women's Series. Apart from Tori, and I'm not sure they've met before here. Doesn't spring to mind at any point. Both players missed match starts in our streaming game. But it is Aurora versus Bartow. Maybe Aurora didn't, you know. She left history. What a happy accident that was. On 50, she's hit treble 6 to leave double 16. What a result! Pinned it first start. Percy Vinakainen at 3-0 down has turned a switch. There's Boise when we need him to pull in without Manchester United. Ryan Griffith beats Anne Chilton 4-2. Next up on the stream will be Aileen de Graaf and Bo Greaves. Is anybody shocked at that decision? Yeah. Bowen continuing her good run. She's 2-0 up now on Sarah Mortimer. Kim Holden leads Amy Grant 3-1. Samantha Curtin, Angela Kirkwood still both averaging mid-70s. 3 apiece in that one. That was always heading to the decided leg. Talking of deciding legs, Sarah Roberts 3, Sharon Stratsman-Poole 3, Trina Gulliver goes 2-0 up on Laura Patton. Average could be better for her, but again, getting through the first round is crucial. Fiona Roberts gets a leg back against Josie Patterson, so she now trails 3-2. Remember, Katie Sheldon's the only one of 5 Irish ladies that have played so far to have progressed to the next round. Kirsty Vinicani gets another leg back. Curtin beats Kirkwood. Samantha gets over the line 4-3 in that one. When Stanley levels up with Steenberg and she trailed 3-1 in that one, but now we're going all the way. Aileen de Graaf and Bo Greaves currently pulling off on the PDC TV screen. And Bo wins the bullseye. And Loiven and Topic get underway. Mikura Suzuki will play Steph Clark after her opening round victory over Fallon Sherritt. Gallagher takes an early lead in her match by Dima. A slow start for Aileen de Graaf, and then she bangs in a maximum. Aileen, another one of the players with her own face on her shirt. We all know how I feel about that one. Kim Holden beats Amy Grant 4-2. Sarah Roberts gets over the line against Sharon Stratsman-Poole 4-3. Denise Cassidy gets over the line in superb fashion against Kirsty Vinicani, and she bangs in a 1-5-6 to Barney for a 4-2 win. Legs also for Rebecca Hoyland, 2-1 up on Maria O'Brien. Bo Greaves takes the opener against Aileen de Graaf. Corinne Hammond took the opener against Tori Hewish. Phil is in Amsterdam interviewing all of the players post-match. Not sure what we'll get this afternoon, if anything. But if you are bored of my voice or want something else to stick on in the background as well, interviews from every single player from last night's session are up on our YouTube channel. of them were a bit delayed going up from last night to this morning, but they're all there before the action gets underway from midday from Amsterdam. Midday from Amsterdam, that isn't actually 11 o'clock UK, is it? That's 12 o'clock here. I'm glad we beat Wolves yesterday as well, pal. First half, we were dreadful. Let's go Van Leuven topper. My favourite bit was all the Man United fans telling us that was abysmal from us and that we'll get found out against a good team like themselves. And then Brighton. Brighton are a real deal, by the way. They're a solid side. They look magnificent yesterday. And they rested Soliman and Stupinan. Versus Stupinan. Like, they're a very, very good side. Everything Man United wish they were right now and more. Ailing the Raf gets one back against Greaves, one apiece. The Leicester side, Deemer 3 left on Megan Humphreys. Casey Gallagher 2 left on Joanne Dean. Maria O'Brien gets one back. She's level with Rebecca Hoyland at 2 apiece. Priscilla Steenbergen was 3-0 up against Raymond. At least 2-0 up, maybe 3 against Raymond Stanley. Stanley pegged it back to 3 apiece, but she's lost at the side of Steenbergen going through with a 4-3 victory. Laura Patton gets one back against Sweeney Cullover, but she still fails 3-1. Big day of sport elsewhere. Appreciate some point if you want to dip in and out. I will be here until the conclusion of Women's Series event number 20. But there's a big day of Premier League football coming your way, big day of Rugby World Cup action. Obviously, the World Series of Darts finals is live on ITV4 in the UK as well this afternoon and this evening. Plus, it's the weekend and the weather's still half decent before it gets absolutely miserable for the next 6 months. So don't be afraid to just drop in and help throughout the day. Mikko Suzuki takes it opener against Steph Clark. Now motoring through 32 minutes. That board's going to take ever. Board 7, we are already at the last 32. Anastasia, the Bromwich Lower will take on Steenberg, and the same can be said for board 8. Katie Sheldon against Sarah Roberts. Those who could play those games and then the next one as well if they wanted. Board 9 is flying as well. Sabrina Younganotta will take on Gemma Bowen in a couple of minutes. Bo Green against Aileen de Graaf. The winner of that will play Aurora Focheslato, Ethan McCormack, and Ruth van der Velde have already fallen on that board. Bit of a brutal draw for all of those involved. Vanessa Zidema is a leg away from a crack at Chloe O'Brien in the last 32. Board 12 is a bit of a slow one. Linda Porter has just beaten Sarah Brown 4-3. Natalie Gilbert will take on Lindy Ashton in a 64 game next. 13. Both games go in the distance so far. Suzuki over Sherritt and Curtin over Kirkwood. Board 14 should inject a bit of pace when this actually goes very next. However, the small matter of Maria O'Brien leading Rebecca Hoyland 3-2 to get past. Van Leuven's left the big fish. Trina Gulliver is through. She beats Laura Patton 4-1. We know Trina's got more than that in the locker. Will we see it throughout the day? Zadima beats Megan Humphreys 4-0. Robin was caught behind 3-2. Nolan van Leuven moves a leg away from victory. Was that the chance ending the graph needed, by the way? He just missed 3 from double 12 inside, outside. So comes back to double 3 if she gets a return. Bo Greaves misses 3 from 16, so an inside on the lot. But it is Bo that returns to clean up. Creeping into the Greaves game of sort of 81 to open. That's where Matthew Shamuzu takes the opener against Laura Turner. Kirsty Hutchinson 1 up on Rowena Sidley. Drew Suzuki leads Steph Clark 2-1. Nolan van Leuven, 73 finish, means she's beating Anne Totter 4-0. Kirsty Hutchinson while we wait for a couple of us to get going, maybe. Wins for Maria O'Brien. As we start the last 32, we're absolutely flying so far. Sabrina Young-Anotta and Gemma Bowen. I say we're flying. There's definitely going to be at least one board that holds us up for 45 minutes while everyone else is ready to go. So don't get your hopes up for getting rid of me too soon. Kirsty Hutchinson doubles her lead over Rowena Sidley 2-0 to the good. Turner level with Nanaki Shimizu. Lindsay Ashton's underway against Natalie Gilbert. We'll see Lisa in action shortly as well. She'll take on Grace Berridge. Grass had chances in this one. 6 starts to win leg 4. She's just missed level 3 to level up with Bo Greaves, and it has cost her dearly as she is beaten by Bow and Arrow 4-2. I'm not sure how warm it is there, but I'm not sure Amy looked like she was feeling too well either. Rose Mort gets one back against Chris Savory, and all Welsh back in that 1-2-1 currently to Chris. I think they might be both Welsh internationals at the moment as well. Yeah, Lisa Ashton and Grace Berridge are underway. Natalie Gilbert leads Lindsay Ashton 1-0. Randima gets leg back against Casey Gallagher, so Charles 3-2. Steph Clark gets another back against Akira Suzuki, 3-2 in that one also. Next up on the stream, we will get to see Anastasia in action. Anastasia Dobromazlova will take on Priscilla Steenbergen. Karina Sidley fires in a 1-4-1 checkout to halve the deficit against Kirsten Hutchinson. That's a 1-5-6 and a 1-4-1 we have seen on the featured game so far. South Africa to start, Australia this afternoon, England, Japan later this evening. I'll tell you what else it is today, folks. It is Sunday, which means it's NFL Day. Red Zone, get me 7 hours of commercial-free football on my TV. If there are any fans in, let me know because I desperately need to help with my family. Particularly at running back. Anyway, back to the darts. Corin Hammond 1-0 lead over Donna Gleed. 5 games in the last 32 are underway already. 2 more warming up, which are Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Trina Gulliver, and that stream game between Anastasia Dobromazlova and Priscilla Steenbergen. 7 games still going in the last 64. They include Lisa Ashton, Lindsay Ashton, Kirsty Hutchinson, Laura Turner, Akira Suzuki. So not too far away from some of these being wrapped up. are lurking in the background, please do drop us a like on the stream as well, as we do get a couple of results. Suzuki beats Steph Clark 4-2. Casey Gallagher, same scoreline, victory over Joanne Dima. And then there were 5 last 64 games going. Scott Hansen's unbelievable. Don't judge me, Daniel, but I'm a Patriots fan. But my first love was basketball. When I was growing up, I was a big Celtics fan, so that's sort of where it came from. I just adopted Boston as my sporting city. The first year I went to uni, the Red Sox won the World Series. Obviously, the Patriots have been ridiculously good for a long time since I've been about. And I've really loved ice hockey in the last couple of years. I got into it watching UK-based side, Nottingham Panthers. But just adopted the Bruins at the same time, like they even playing the same colours as the Panthers. So, which I don't want to talk about hockey anymore after last season. But yeah, I'm a Patriots fan. Enjoying watching the Lions play. I was one of the ones back end of not last year, the year before. I was like, actually, they've got the makings of a decent side and they're entertaining to watch. Can't believe they let Swift and Williams go and they still look better right now with Gibbs and Montgomery. Swift is an absolute. What about you, Daniel? Who do you follow? Give us the lowdown. Who do you follow, Joe? I think it's Celtics for the basketball. I know it's not quite like in the UK, fans get quite passionate about not supporting the team of where you're born or that your family support. Whereas that doesn't seem to be as much the case for NFL fans. Oh, you have my sympathy, pal. Justin Fields just ain't it. He's not. He said it is a big deal, Lendl, or the opposite way around, isn't it? Just a little bit more relaxed. I was born in London, grew up just outside of Oxford, but I've supported Liverpool since I was 5 years old. And because of that, I get stick from fans going, oh, well, of course you do, or whatever. It is a big deal, I thought so. But like, I probably have, as a kid, to support something, it's got to be something you believe in, I think. And the first time I ever watched England play, 4.5, 5 years old, it was England 5, Germany 1. And at the time, all 3 goal scorers for England played for Liverpool club football. Owen got a hat trick, Heskey got the fourth, and Gerrard. Heskey got the fifth. But they all played for Liverpool at the time. And at 5 years old, I was like, right, I'm going to support Liverpool. I still get stick for it at the age of 28, going, "Oh, well, you're born in London, and how do you support them?" Because it's something I associated with as a 5-year-old. We just had more last 64 games start of Alex Howard, Jane Biggs, and Ruth van der Velde. Oh no, Rory's already played. We did have some results. I can see Rose Moore warming up against Denise Cassidy, which means she did beat Chris Savary. Chloe O'Brien 2 up on Vanessa Zydema. Jeez. What year was that? The ball, Steenbergen, 95 and 3. Lovely. Van Leuven, 3-0 up on Ryan Griffiths, by the way. Rhiannon Sullivan, 2-1 up on Trina Gulliver. Lorraine Hyde leads Courtney Hine 2-0. This is the best I think we've seen from Lorraine Hyde in a while, from what I'm seeing on screen so far. As Percy Hutchinson does beat Rowena Sidley to the point where we've got Bo versus Aurora. Aurora Priscilla is streamed. I think we're going there, you know. '95. That was the year I was born, mate. Ashton 4-1 winner over Grace Berridge. Kirsty Hutchinson did that double Marine City as well. So we just played on Natalie Gilbert, currently leads 3-0 over Lindsay Ashton. And I'm not sure if this Alex Howard big game is just starting, if it's a mess up, or what. Because I'm also seeing Van der Velde, Botchasart on my screen. Young and Notter 4-0 up. 4-0 win over Gemma Bowen. Older than MVG. Isn't Aspinall older than Cross, but we still treat Aspinall as young and Cross as an experienced older player? Is it those two that I'm thinking of? Cross. 32, 21st September 1990. Nathan Aspinall, 32. Aspinall is older than Rob Cross. Oh well. Natalie Gilbert does beat Lindsay Ashton 4-0, meaning we're just waiting on Alex Howard, Jane Biggs to complete the last 64, who have only just started. Katie Sheldon, a 4-0 winner over Sarah Roberts. Bo Greaves is teaming up on Aurora for just started. She's going through the motions right now. She's comfortably ahead in that one. I appear to have put a jinx on Lorraine Hyde. We've already lost number 3, 6, 7, 9, and 16 from the order of merit today. With a narrow field as well. I agree. It's 3-0 up on Aurora Foster. And that's Samantha Curtin about to take on Makura Suzuki. If Curtin plays the way she has in the first 2 rounds, that one could be a belter. Who do you think is the best ladies player not to win a world championship? Fallon Sherrock. In the final. Her A game is up there. But it's Fallon or Dieter, isn't it? And it's you count Dieter's longevity and just how many times she's been close and the amount of titles she's won elsewhere to Fallon's rise and ability. And I guess when we have this conversation in the men, it's always, not always, but most of the time you fall on someone like James Wade and go, well, he's been close long enough. He's always had the ability. He's always been right up there. Or you look at somebody like a Luke Humphries whose A game is so much better than what James Wade's is these days. But I think that's negated a little bit in the women's by Fallon doing what she's done for the last couple of years, hitting the first televised 9, winning at the Ali Pali, going to the Slam quarterfinals, World Series event final. That stacks up a little bit more than just, her A game is better. Anyone else, feel free to get involved and answer that question as well. Bo Greaves beats Aurora Fochesato 4-0. Dieter is playing in the British Open and British Classic in Bridlington Spa. I don't know for certain, but Dieter also faced a trial to be back in the England team. On Friday, which I think she lost in the last round or the round before. Paige Calling has ended up qualifying for that one. So I think that swayed her decision to play in Bridlington for the entire weekend. There was no point travelling just for the women's England trial and then coming back to the PDC. So she's played in the WDF event throughout the weekend. Would like a 12-player women's Premier League played throughout the year on a Friday before every weekend? Maybe. Depends where it is, how they're funding it. Yes. The difficulty is if it's just streamed, then no. I don't see the benefit of that. If it's played in front of a crowd of some sort, then fine. But as somebody that's been involved in selling tickets to things like the Super Series finals night, which is a fixed location, rotation of some of the best amateurs in the world, if not some of the biggest names that have played the game. You look at people like Robert Thornton. It is difficult enough to sell tickets for that. But only if there's guaranteed to be people in there. Chloe O'Brien beats Vanessa Zydema 4-3. Lorraine Hyde 4-1 victor over Courtney Hine. Let's see a little bit Lisa Ashton, Maria O'Brien, what game that could be. Oh, B. Sudden leg between the Brommerslova and Steenbergen. The stream's had some brilliant matches today. Fair play to them. Given how the men's pro or the Pro Tour streams currently are being done, it's refreshing to see them go, nope, this is a good game. We're picking this. I think it's a little easier to do today where there is less people. Normally, what you do is you might pick a prelim game, but then you stick with a board. And they've been fortunate enough that they can pick a board that's got two decent games and then move away from it. Do you think so far today we've already seen the Kuru, Fallon, Bow, the Brommerslova, Steenbergen, Bocciasato against Bruce van der Velde. Like, they've put names on that. Rose Moore, Denise Cassidy won a piece in that one. Rose, one of the nicest ladies and girls you'll ever meet. Laura Turner won the up on Kim Holder, Lisa Ashton, and Maria O'Brien 1-0. Potentially looking at 2-0 right now to take out 1-4-8. Kirsty Hutchinson 1-0 up on Josie Patterson, with Chris 2-1 up on Samantha Curtin. Steenbergen misses a dart at the bullseye for 84. The Brommerslova returns to 44. 12 outside. Inside, Steenbergen gets another chance. 42. She hits the treble 10 instead of the single. Outside, inside. On the double 6. So Brommerslova back 4-16. One far left. Another to the right. Wants double 4. Inside. Doubling disaster for this pair. As O'Brien gets a leg back. Hutchinson doubles her lead. Curtin level with Suzuki. I did warn you that if Curtin plays the way she has so far today, Suzuki could have a battle on her hands. It is the Brommerslova that wins the doubling onslaught against Priscilla Steenbergen. Who's progressed to the last 16. Oh, loopy loose one from Steenbergen when she wanted double 3. Hit the big 19. And that's what allowed the Brommerslova back to the board for the 4th time. Attempt to start the double. World Series is about to get underway as well. So I'm going to try and keep an eye on that. I'll give you some updates throughout that. One reminder, they are races to 10 this afternoon. Best of 19. Not 191. Why do channels complicate? Hang on, maybe not. Well, there's a drop down menu to find every channel. No, just click on it. Alex Howard won away from a victory over Jane Biggs. That's on board 6. Who is that waiting? Nolan McMahon. That's not on board 6. Howard 6. Hmm? Hold that. Gallagher start linking. The last 32 games. Play one match then. International one away now against Maria O'Brien, leading 3-1. Cassidy 3-0 at McGregor. Suzuki one away as well. Rose Morton leads Denise Cassidy 2-1. Kim Holden won a piece of Laura Turner, and Natalie Gilbert 1-0 on Linda Porter. If I'm not mistaken, don't they hold the last 16 to start at the same time? Which means we've got a long time to wait before Alex Howard and Jane Biggs is complete. Then the winner of that plays Casey Gallagher, and then all the last 16 will start at the same time. I jinxed what? Alex Howard's over. Beat Jane Biggs 4-2. So Casey Gallagher, get ready. We're going again. We'll have to wait a bit. We'll have to wait at the last 16, I think. We need to turn around pretty quickly. Mikuru Suzuki beats Samantha Girton 4-2. Why is Fallon Sherritt's picture centre stage on the PDC stream? Why not? Because globally, if you hold up any one of those three photos and ask people to name who they are, more people are going to be able to say who Fallon is than the other two combined. It's the harsh reality of the fact that Fallon's achievements at the World Championship went global. And that's no disrespect to the other two, but darts fans can tell you who Lisa Ashton and Bo Greaves are. People globally that have never even followed the sport can tell you who Fallon Sherritt is. That's why she's in the middle. Albeit with her former sponsors on her shirt, but starting me some breakfast. Ashton O'Brien level at 3 apiece, by the way. That one snuck up on us. Big visit here from Maria O'Brien. Gets her back in the leg that she started. There we go. We're effectively level. Ashton still has the darts. 2 troubleless visits in a row, though. If she hits a third here, she does not. Kim Holden 2 apiece for Laura Turner. Denise Cassidy 1 back against Rose Morton. Trails just 3-2 now. Natalie Gilbert, Linda Porter 1 apiece. Alex Howard, Katie Gallagher is underway. It appears they're warming up some last 16 games. Whether or not they actually start or if that's just the officials tapping into the iPad so we know where boards these games are going to take place on is a different matter. Ashton makes a mess of 64 and O'Brien can pinch this one with a 101. How? How does that happen? Is anyone as stunned as I am as to how from 101 you end up leaving 2? Is it possible she scored 97 in 2 and then missed inside on double 2? Think about that one a little bit. Hi, Mike. How are we doing, buddy? What do you mean you don't want to talk anything else? Oh no, Mike. What's wrong at your place? Apart from everything, your players are rotten. Even your club's recent history, it looks like you might sign Russell Brand, the right winger with a dangerous history. Last 16 streaming game has been selected. It will be Noah Lynn van Leuven against Kirsty Hutchinson. They're definitely mixing it up a lot today. And we're still getting plenty of the big names here in the women's game. Is ETH that good? Is it? His people management skills seem to be non-existent, given the fact Sancho's currently training on his own until he says sorry. That's a bit pathetic. The rest of it, that's the policy. In terms of moves or attempted moves, Ten Hag hasn't tried to do anything different than what Ragnick wanted, that your fans hated him. I think because he's not 1-1 yet, you will get good value on Luke Humphreys. Let's have a quick look. I think you'll get decent value on Humphreys. Can't I can't really see past Van Gogh, but actually, if you fancy a crack or Van Gogh to four, then Humphreys is the man in that half of the draw. 4-1, third favourite is Humphreys. If you can get an each way bet on and you're comfortable, then Nathan Aspinall's the man, I think, in that bottom half of the draw. Keegan Brown to start with, and then Barney or Peter Wright in the semi final over that distance. And this is the match play champ we're talking about. I think there's great value in Aspinall each way. And last 16 has started. Sabrina Younganots and Bo Greaves aren't hanging around. It turns out they are not waiting because Casey Gallagher and Alex Howard, who are 1-0 to Howard at the moment. I mean, Natalie Gilbert and Linda Porter are 2-1. Kim Holden, Trails, Laura Turner 3-2, and Rose Morton, Denise Cassidy have gone to a decider. 16-1 for Barney. I'm just not sold on it at all. He had that dream run earlier in the year that got the bonus of a very passionate Dutch crowd behind him, but races to tens at least today. He's got to go and do it once this afternoon against Peter Wright, another time this evening against likely Aspinall or Keegan Brown, and then a final against Van Gerwen, Humphreys, Dimitri, or Rob Cross. I don't see Barney putting 30 plus legs on the board against those lot. Rose Mort is into the last 16. She beats Denise Cassidy 4-3. Who will she play next? Lorraine Hyde away. They're in the same section as Corinne Hammond and the winner of Kim Holden and Laura Turner. Nano Sullivan awaits the winner of Casey Gallagher and Alex Howard. They're in the same quarter of the draw as Anastasia Bromazova and Katie Sheldon. Katie Sheldon must have been sat on her ass all day today. Flashed up opponents and then waited around for everyone. Young and Notter against Bo Reeves, Chloe O'Brien, Linda Porter, and Natalie Gilbert, all in the same section of that draw. And in the bottom half of the draw, wow. Nolan Van Leuven will take on Kirsty Hutchinson. That is your streaming game, but we will also, the winner of that has to go and play the winner of Mikura Suzuki and Lisa Ashton. Images coming through of Van Leuven and Hutchinson. Good question, because I'm trying to get the missus to order food right now. I'm not hungover, but smashed some food. Something starch. It's getting a bit late now. You won't really get a baguette or anything. Oh, I'll tell you what, Greg's. Greg's is the answer, mate. Order a Greg with an orange Lucozade. That's the one. Greg's do a hot food meal deal as well. It's like wedges and chicken strips. That's decent. Or they do, I think it's too late for breakfast baguette. So they do like a 6 bakes and 2 drinks for £8 deal as well. So get yourself a couple and then save them for later. Gilbert 3-2 up on Linda Porter. She's just one away from the last 16. Hutchinson streamed. Bova Sabrina is nearly over. So we're going Katie Sheldon, Anastasia as our featured game. The Bromazova takes the opener. I know Mackey's is Monopoly at the minute, mate. Don't forget that one. What time is event 20? About 5 minutes after this one finishes. So I reckon we've got at least another hour and a bit of this one. I reckon 3.5 hours per event today. So I think 1:30-ish is the time to finish this one. Challenge. Start day one with one. What happens if you lose day one? That's it. You're done. Do you have to put everything you've got on every bet each time? For is live Chris Mason in a usually garish shirt. Some results or scorelines for you. Bronze Lovenali, Casey Sheldon 2-0. Bo Greaves dropped the leg to Sabrina Young enough, but still does lead that one 3-1. Lisa Ashton, early lead over Mikura Suzuki. Nolan Van Looven on the streaming board as 2-1 up now on Kirsty Hutchinson. Casey Gallagher, Alex Howard, and Natalie Gilbert, Linda Porter still playing their last 32 ties. And warming up Kim Holden against Brian Hammond and Rose Moore against Lorraine High. Oh, Christ. On 25 on day 3. I don't think. I just like doing particularly in the world. 1 point for the right winner, 3 points for the correct scoreline. Using double one session. Rack up the points. The Women's Lover beat Sheldon, lead Sheldon 3-0. Sorry, doesn't beat anybody yet. Van Leuven 3-1 up on Kirsty Hutchinson, the WWF World Championship finalist. in the women's team? Not yet. There's still like 2 grand an event, and there's still 5.5 events to play. So no. Lisa Ram Fallon can both jump Mikuru. Rianne, if she goes deeper, Rianne was to win today, then she's still in contention as well. Yeah, 8 grand. 10 grand available. No, not done at all. Bo's solid, but Bo's already won the Women's World Match Play, so she's already in the Grand Slam and the World Championship, should she wish to play in. I'm not even missing match start, but she returns the following visit to knock out Kirsty Hutchison in the last 16. Nolan van Leuven, the first player to progress to the last 8. As we get a result in the last 32, Natalie Gilbert, 4-3 winner over Linda Porter. Casey Gallagher is still 3-2 on Alex Howard. Bo Greaves, sorry, had already progressed as well. She defeated Sabrina Young for 4-1. Greaves and Van Leuven both through. And Gallagher does defeat Alex Howard as well. So there we have it. We are into the last 16 firmly. We've already completed 2 of those games. 4 of them are underway, and we will see 2 more shortly. Kim Holden against Colleen Hammond to come your way. And Rihanna Sullivan against Gallagher. Right, important times. Who in the top 8 of the world has the worst walk-on song? Michael Smith, Mark Van Gerwen, Peter Wright, Gerwin Price, Nathan Aspinall, Luke Humphreys, Johnny Clayton, Rob Cross. The worst walk-on song of those 8. There's absolutely nothing to do with the fact I've just seen Luke Humphreys walk on. Honest. Cross. You don't like Hot Hot Hot? You're not a fan, Natalie? Guess he should be cold as ice. Fair enough. Cross should be high voltage. That was much better for him, especially with his nickname. How on earth ended back up on Hot 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 was beyond me. Let me check out that one first. What do we think of Humphreys and Michael Smith? Because I think they're both quite similar. I think they both just picked songs that were charting at the time. And actually, Michael Smith's has grown on me a little bit, but I think that's because the crowd get involved. Beat Your Rights works, but that's because he does the dance. Is it a good song? That's right. Fair. Makes sense. Okay, chat room is saying cross. Next 8. Danny Noppert, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Joe Cullen, Damon Heta, Dave Chisnell, Dimitri Vandenberg, Ryan Searle, James Wade. Who's got the worst walk on there? We'll do the top 32 in blocks of 8, and then we'll have a final 4. So Noppert, Van Dijvenbode, Cullen, Heta, Chisnell, Vandenberg, Searle, Wade. I love Dirks. Dirks has become synonymous with Dirk. I know, I'm having to watch on mute while John Rawling and Alan Warren Little commentate. I just think it is Dirk, isn't it? Like, no, well, Van Dongen's trying to go similar, isn't he? But oh wow, that was a loose one from Rob Cross. He's just hit the small part of the 13 segment, going for a treble 20. Ashton Suzuki, 3 each. I don't even know what Danny's is, which is so Danny. Danny Noppert, it is Fallout Boy. Is it Centuries? Or is his the other one? High Hopes by Panic at the Disco. It's not even Fallout Boy. Can we all agree that Joe Collins is the best in there? Don't look back in anger. It shouldn't work as a walk-on, but because the crowd have started singing to it everywhere, the Germans love it, the Brits absolutely love it. The minute you say Oasis, everybody creams their pants over it. Rightly so, the wrong round. He's right up there. Chizzy's is okay. Dimitri's. Happy by Pharrell. I love Wadey's new song. I'm Still Standing. It's bang on. Right, we'll say Dirks is the worst, just so we can ask the next one. Where are we? 17th. Ross Smith, Jose de Souza, Chris Dobie, Gabriel Clemens, Ratajski, Gilding, Gando, or Bunting. Even I'm struggling to remember what some of these that walk onto now. This was a great idea until I put it into place. Maybe they're going to start the last 8 all at the same time as well, by the way. Ashton wants 56 to book her spot in the quarterfinals. With Mikuru Suzuki sat on 81. Bonkers was the early Wade. That was good. I think once you look in more into his condition, might be frowned upon a little bit these days. Suzuki does defeat Lisa Ashton 4-3. Good news for Fallon Sherrick fans. That keeps Ashton at bay for now. She is £450 behind. I know Sullivan can still jump above Lisa Ashton today. She would need to win the title. I'm still standing is very good from weight though. I tell you who else is walk on I absolutely love right now. Neil Duff's change to 2 tribes is fantastic. Irene Hyde doing the business so far on Rosemort. Gallagher, O'Sullivan, and O'Brien Gilbert are both underway. They are going to be the hold ups, though. Luke Humphries has just missed darts to go 3-0 up on Rob Cross. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy one so far. Rob Cross hitting big 13 at one point. Missed 2 darts from 25 in the previous leg. He's just missed 2 tops 10s and 5s. Yeah. Not been a good start for the number 1 seed on the World Series. As Luke Humphries pins double 1 for a 3-0 lead. Irene Hyde wins 4-1 over Rose Mort. Scott into the last 8. Which game would we like as feature for what will probably be the rest of this round? O'Brien Gilbert, O'Sullivan Gallagher, or Holden Hammond? In fact, Holden Hammond's off because that's 3-1 now. So one of the other 2. O'Brien versus Natalie Gilbert or O'Sullivan versus Casey Gallagher? First reply wins. O'Brien. Anthony asks, Anthony gets. That's how first reply works. Another one in the chat room, close with Chloe or know of Chloe? We sometimes get friends and family watching along. Are we concerned with her form? Beaten finalist, I believe, in the first year. One of the first 8 to take part in the women's match play. Morning, Anthony. Very good, thank you. Yeah, 2 events today, mate. So this is the last 16 of event 1 today. So event 19, event 20 will take place shortly afterwards. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if the draw for event 20 is live. It's the sort of thing they've been doing pretty recently. It is. Have we got any belters on there? Roos van der Velter and Noelin van Leuven, first round. Same board as Lindsay Ashton, Ryan Griffiths and Joe Aldershaw. Bo Greaves on board 1 against Alex Howard. Angela Kirkwood's on there as well. As is Kasuzu Iwao. Katie Sheldon, Aaron Van Vegan, same board. Kirsty Hutchinson, Chrissy Manley. First round game for Aurora Fochostato against Aileen de Graaf. Board 6, first round game for Mikuru Suzuki against Lorraine Winstanley. Her draws today: Fallon Sherrick in event number 1, Lorraine Winstanley in event number 2. PDC are streaming just 1 board today. There's currently not a game on there because there's nothing live that hasn't already played in this round, sort of thing. But they'll be back for a quarterfinal game shortly. Ashton starts against Hoyland. Rummelslover against Amy Grant. Same board as Ren O'Sullivan. Interesting board for Sherrick. She starts against Kim Holden. Jane Biggs, Barbara Hosper, Durst, Adriana Van Vegenon on there as well. Potential last 16 of Aoife McCormack. How do you think Suzuki will get on at MODUS next week? Good question. Who else is in her group? It's week 7, isn't it? Painter, Muramatsu, Decker, Harrison, Wickenden. I mean, there's winnable games in there. Definitely. I don't expect her to win Group A, so it depends where she falls to. Everybody wants to be in Group B. It's easier to get through, but given the players that are there, Ryan Palmer, Mike Gillett, Tommy Lishman, it would be a battle. I think she'll finish 4th in Group A, and then in Group C, I think she'll drop a bit by the end of the week. But I expect her to be competitive at least. We do know which quarterfinal will be streamed. It will be Kim Holden versus Lorraine Hyde. I hope the PDC do up the number of stream boards on the women's series and it picks up more interest consistently. Potentially next year. Obviously, the thing that they've had so far is that a lot of women's series have clashed with other events. Obviously, now they don't have as much issue with that because there's no Pro Tours on weekends. So you'd expect the women's series to take part on weekends where there isn't things like the World Series final that's going on right now. Whether or not that is the case about looking at the calendar in depth is a different matter. it also depends who wants to pay for the streaming board. So I don't think it's a secret that boards 3 and 4 exist because you can offer in-play odds on games you can see live, and their feeds for bookmakers to take onto their websites as well. And knowing that, would you be surprised if we saw more streaming boards on the Pro Tours, especially midweek, where there's less on? Who do you think wins event 19? On current form, Bo Greaves has not been tested right now. Makuru just seems to be making a battle of everything. So I'm going to say Bo. I'm just seeing a tweet saying, get rid of Chelsea Dagger from the interval breaks, too outdated. Obviously, talking about the World Series ITV coverage. They've just updated their graphics. What do we think is next for ITV to modernize their program? Do we get a new intro? New intro song? Whoa, whoa, oh. Get rid of that. Do we get rid of Chelsea Dagger? Do they try something different? Or is it just too synonymous with ITV coverage of darts? Obviously, they don't use Chase the Sun because that's Sky's song. Seniors use Tom Hart. Do we think there's another song they could potentially use in that gap? Or people kick off because it's changed? Do we see them freshening up a comms team, maybe? PDC's TV subscription will go up. You'd expect so, but then a lot of people will also be at home in the week, working in the week. So can they afford to put it up and know they're going to lose? Well, actually, that's probably the way to do it, isn't it? Knowing they're going to lose members because people aren't at home in the week, so you charge those that are actually sticking around more for it. I'm not going to talk about getting rid of specific individuals, but right now, if I had to choose which of the two commentaries I'd be listening to the Women's Series over the World Series of Darts. Luke Humphries, by the way. Forgive me if I'm spoiling for anybody, but I'm going to talk about the World Series a little bit as well. Leads Rob Cross 6-0. 6-0. ITV just needs to push ITV4 ads on their main channel, let people know what you've got. I agree. The only time you ever really see them push another channel is if it's football based and they've got another game coming up in a week, or they're hosting a tournament, or things like the Rugby World Cup. Their coverage yesterday would have pushed people towards ITV4 if required, which obviously isn't because they're all on ITV today. The single 13, Jack. Yes, I did. Terrible. We've all been there, haven't we? The big drag. Crossy's on the board. To a sarcastic cheer. Gilbert won away now against Chloe O'Brien, leading 3-2. The quarterfinal between Suzuki and Van Leuven gets underway. Gallagher O'Sullivan still 2 each. Rory. Gilbert with match starts then. Will be coming back. Absolute disaster leg from Chloe O'Brien. I think Bo will be the new Taylor. Of the women's game, maybe. Depends though. Seems like people are already not starting to catch up, but obviously she went on that massive run. She's been 39 and beaten ahead and into this weekend again. Beaten pretty comfortably the last 2 days. I think Bo can be anything Bo wants to be. Her A game is right up there with some of the best players in the world of any gender. It's what she does with that and her attitude towards it. It's still very much I play darts to enjoy myself. Not I enjoy myself once I finish playing darts, because darts could generally be a lucrative career. It also depends how the women's game looks in the next 5 to 10 years. There are serious questions over the longevity of the WWF right now. Does that limit her chances of going and catching Trina Gulliver for 10 women's world titles? Quite possibly. Do we think the WWF is still going to exist, offering a women's world championship in 10 years? Casey Gallagher levels up with Rhiannon Sullivan. We're going all the way. The thing is, how long will it take the next generation to be inspired and then catch up? Bo is from a very big darting family. Brother plays, I believe her dad played. She's been around darts since she was 11, 12 years old. This isn't a fluke. This is years of practice and playing. It's how long does it take for the players that are currently playing to inspire another generation, kids to then go, I want to do that, take up the game, learn to play, get to a decent level, and then be in a level where they can go and compete at women's series events or WF, etc. Like, that's not a quick process. It never will be. It's the same when any sporting organisation starts to use quotas. I think you see it in like the NFL hiring managers or interviewing managers and whatever else. Like, that's not that's a quick term fix or an aim for a quick term fix because they just want to see the numbers. They don't want to see actually the best in the world are here. She has more chance. If the PDC keep back in the women's match the way they do, she's got more chance of getting 16 of those and 10 WWF World Championships. You're right, because right now the long term security of the PDC is just so much better than the WWF. Somebody should tell Lorraine Hyde to take her phone out of her back pocket. Is that my ball referee? O'Sullivan does defeat Casey Gallagher, which means our last 8 lineup is complete. Kim Holden takes on Lorraine Hyde. Mikura Suzuki takes on Nolan Van Looy. And Bo Greaves against Natalie Gilbert. Natalie, this one now. What was the 4th game? Final lineup. Hyde versus Holden. O'Sullivan, de Bromislova, Greaves, Gilbert, and Suzuki Van Looy. Is it this round where the format goes up, or is it the next one? It's been a while since we've covered a women's series. Quarterfinal first of 5. There we have it. Oh yeah, it's on the stream. Should have just looked at that. Quite staggeringly, and the time it took to play those last 16 games, Luke Humphries has raced into a 9-1 lead over Rob Cross, had 2 ad breaks, and is back out throwing to win the match. To a piece between Suzuki and Van Looyen. Hyde takes the opener against Holden. Holden missing 3 at top. Gilbert Greaves underway, so then we're waiting for is O'Sullivan to promise live. I don't think there'll be too much longer, and then we'll have 4 games live for you. The next round is a good one because we can have 2 features up on screen at once. Both semi-finals simultaneously. Well, Cross gets a leg back. Humphries had darts at 95 for the match. Cross returns for 1-2-1. Comeback's got to start somewhere, Mr. Voltage. They will not be there. Luke Humphries is the first winner in the quarterfinals of the World Series of Darts finals. 10-2 victory over Rob Cross. Interesting to see Cool Hand adopt the Gerwin Price shirt update for every event. Dash of orange and Amsterdam written on the back of this one. Greaves, 15 dark leg to open against Natalie Gilbert. Holden levels up at 1 apiece with Hyde. That's stream game. Suzuki 3-2 up on Van Looy, an 84 average, plays 82 average. Big visit for Van Looy. It doesn't go. Suzuki 53 for a 2-leg cushion. And to be 1 away from our first semi-finalist. That's exactly what Mikuru Suzuki is. Sullivan de Bromazova still not started. Come on now. In the words of Wayne Mardell. Greaves doubles her lead. Her average falls from a ton to 77. Means that must have been a disaster of a leg. Sullivan de Bromazova is now live. And Logan gets one back. And Neumann wants tops to send us all the way. Mikuro Suzuki just cannot avoid last leg decider today. Reeves is cruising against Gilbert. She's 3-0 up, 21 points better off in the averages. Holden 2-1 up against Lorraine Hyde. Should we expect 2 apiece in that? Hyde's left 67. Holden back on 111, but she does find the first treble. On the 11, Tops is high, so that's still up in the air. And it's Holden that moves 3-1 up. Van Leuven forces the decider, Suzuki with the darts. Slip from Suzuki then. 2 treble visit or better from Van Leuven. Doesn't come. Just tee it up to be missed. O'Sullivan did take the opener against the Bromwich-Loeb. Obviously, that was the last one to get away. A little discussion point for you shortly as well. Until we get a bit of a break in the games. Wow. Suzuki sat on 67 and Van Leuven fires in a 110 to knock out the miracle. Van Leuven, the first player into the semi-finals today. We jump to O'Sullivan, the Bromwich-Loeb. That's one that's going to get us through to the semi-finals. Holden still leads Hyde 3-1. Hyde is on 42 though, so potential for 3-2 right now. Contender for the worst walk-on in the world, Dimitri van den Berg is walking to the stage in Amsterdam right now. He's just gone backwards. Got halfway down and then went backwards. Right back to the start. Milk it. Bo Greaves, 5-0 winner over Natalie Gilbert. She's into the semi-finals where she will play Noelin Van Leuven. What do we think, folks? Should all walk-ons be the same length of time? Should players get a certain amount of time to get from the end of the walkway up on stage before either the next player gets called out or they're practicing? Because at one point, Van der Berg there just turned around to go back to shake people's hands, stopped to kiss his partner on the walkway, was already slow in terms of a walk down anyway. Then moves to the opposite side, signs two things and gives that high five, and then still gets a 20-second dance on stage. Or am I just getting old and miserable? Maybe I'm just getting a block from Borders. She is still winning medals. Yesterday didn't go to plan, did it? But today she's into the semi-final so far. And there is still one event to come. It's not right off completely. Sullivan to Bromers Labour, two apiece, Kim Holden, Lorraine Hyde. 3 apiece. Land transport, land transport. I have need to get today, 12 o'clock. Need a little more from his Labour. At least 6 from 144 for a 3-2 lead. And then Berg takes it out of the World Series, and then response Van Gogh and bangs it up 9. on the moment. 3-2 to the Marine High and one away. Something wrong with this game, or is it just me? No, they're holding it. I felt like there was a big pause earlier on as well. Oh, this is from Adam Sullivan after dropping the previous leg. 41, Tom 40, Tom 40, Tom 40 to lead tops. She does level up at 3 apiece, exceptional over there from Adam Sullivan. 14 darts. This one a best of 3. New Holden, 98, sorry. Send us to a decided leg. How much pressure will she be under? I want 98 as well. Just seen it on Dark Connect, but I watched the stream to tell you what happens. Holden doesn't get a dart at the double. She does leave tops. Hyde, however, bangs the treble 21st dart and the double 19 second. So Lorraine Hyde is a semi-finalist, and then there was one game to go. Bruno Sullivan currently 3 apiece with Anastasia. The promise of Lova. The promise over with dart. They have already effectively been stolen by Sullivan. We will see Greaves and Van Leuven as the streaming game. Ready to go already. To be fair, I don't think we've had a single moment. Um, well, we haven't had live darts throughout this event, so much as we bemoan the slow boards at once, it ticked over nicely. They've started the next games in good time. It hasn't mean I haven't run a single ad break yet, so one of those is on the way. So, like, keep the folks that the deal's nice and happy. We get a bit of a disaster in leg number 7 here. Bromazlova moved one away. Big moments for Rihanna Sullivan. Winning today's tournament would see her leap above Fallon Sherrick into third place on the Women's Merit. Now, I said I'd talk about it later when we've got nothing to talk about, but actually now seems a good time to bring it up. We've been under the impression, wrongly, that should Greaves decline her invitation to the World Championship, PDC World Championship, that the next place on the Women's Series Order of Merit would subsequently get that spot. I.e., if Greaves doesn't play, then second, third, and fourth would all qualify for the for the PDC World Championships at Alexandra Palace. Currently, Greaves won, obviously, that's not relevant. Makura Suzuki 2, Fallon Sherrick 3, Lisa Ashton is £450 behind. Fallon Sherrick, Rihanna Sullivan currently 1,800 behind. Robin Byrne 2,800, around 4,400. They're really the contenders with any of the fight. That's actually not the case. The BBC Roberts states that if that invitation is declined by Greaves, and she goes and plays in the WDF World Championship, that the spot currently awarded to the Women's World Matchplay Champion would go to the PDPA qualifier. So it would not be a third woman at World Championship after the big press release and spin that they put on last year, and that for the next couple of years that would be the case. We're not guaranteed a third female player at the World Championship. We would back to just 2 for this event, unless one of them goes through the qualifier. That's a tour card qualifier. It is top 2 aside from Bo Greaves or bust. There's no top 3 and hope that she heads to the lakeside. We do get a result. Anastasia the Bromazlova completes the semi-final lineup after yesterday's final. She win one yesterday. That's Suzuki back into another semi-final. Right, I'm going to run a quick ad break. We're back on the side of this one. Nearly. Enjoy looking at my Greg's wrapper from the other day. Welcome back then to Pro Tour Live, Women's Series Live, not Pro Tour Live, Women's Series. We will have both games up at once, so this is the point if you're watching PDC Live at the same time. Apologies for streaming or spoiling. The World Series, Vandenberg leads Van Gerwen 3-2. Okay, come on then, folks. Let's see these. Predictions in the chat room. Who wins from here? 4 players remain. Lorraine Hyde has matched her best ever performance in a women's series so far. She's in the semi-final against Anastasia Dobromizlova. And in the other half of the draw is Bo Greaves against Noelin van Leuven. Let me know who you think wins from here in the chat room. We'll discuss it as we go on. Just 4 remain. $2,000 on the line to the winner. And also, the more you guys interact in the chat room, the better this stream will be. When there is only one of us, your engagement is as important as me sitting here. When there's 2 of us, we could chat rubbish between us. But as long as Phil Bars is living it up in Amsterdam, you are stuck with moi. Still no games. Vandenberg leads Van Gerwen 4-3. Still on the darts in that one. Let's have another cheeky ad while we're waiting. I thought we might get the games a little bit quicker than this, but they are dawdling around.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Gareth Tilly. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
The ADC are taking over by virtue of their vaults. If you're looking for somewhere to play, head to the ADC website. Find your nearest vault. Group stage 4 round robin format, so you get at least 3-4 games a night. £50 winner on the night to each player. And start accumulating points for your region for your chance to play on the MODUS Super Series. Right, we are waiting for our semi-finals to get underway. Lorraine Hyde against Anastasia Dobromislova on board number 1. That'll be on the left-hand side. And on board 2, Bo Greaves against Noelin van Leuven. That'll be on the right-hand side. And my food is a couple of moments away, so you know exactly what's about to happen, don't you? The minute the games go live, I'm going to get a knock at the door, then going to have to sort that out. But that is what it is. And going currently averaging 101 to Vandenberg's 104. Back-to-back ton 40s to open leg 10 for Van Gerwen. They've removed the banner, so they are bulling off for the streaming game. That's Greaves van Leuven. Here we go then. We have darts. First of 5, best of 9. Oh my god, I just found my glasses. Haha! Success. Van Gerwen levels up 5 apiece as they head to the second break in that one. 2 games on your screen. What start that is from Dobromislova scoring-wise. 1-8-1 after just 6. Put that one there. All right, two players on a finish, one more to come. The Bromers Low wants 1, 2, 4 for an early dagger at Lorraine Hyde. Van Leuven slips, was in a promising position there, but doesn't score enough to press the 1-4-1. Greaves opening leg, the Bromers-Lover opening leg. Are those two heading for a final against each other? That feels better. Can anyone hear a moped? That means my food is outside. Right, I'll be back momentarily. Alexa, lights on. How is there more of you now that I've come disappeared? Anyway, Greaves cruise control. 2-0 up unless Van Leuven can take out 40. Which she does. Back in it. Was only a holder throw though. put that out of the way. Let's get these semis out of the way. And then we shall re-evaluate. Thank you. Oh, agrees. 36 for a 3-1 lead. Reinhard gets one back, so that's 2-1. First to 5 once again. Right, wrong button. Van Leuven fills it up. What a scoring leg this is. We'll need to convert with a holder throw once again. Close that gap back to 1. The issue for Noel and Van Leuven is they need to find a break of throw. They need to hold first. They need a break to get back level with Bo Greaves. Maybe I was optimistic about this event finishing at 1/2 as well. Anyway, we carry on. We'll see where we are when event 19 finishes. We might call it a day. However, Greaves is just doing enough here, isn't she? Just to keep Van Leuven at arm's length on the Greaves throw. Another slip from Noah Lynn. And it's at least 6 from 163 for Bo for a 4-2 lead. Anastasia Romslova wants 100. Can go in 2, can go in 3. Doesn't go in either and hides wants Route 66 for 2 apiece. Greaves 3-2 up and a slip from Hard and the Romslova has daylight. 2 legs clear. 4 from Russia with Love. Can Hyde or Van Leuven produce comebacks that'll put them into PDC Women's Series Event 19's final? Can Vandenberg produce a comeback? Because for the first time in the match, he trails Michael Van Gerwen 7-6 in the World Series. Van Leuven on their own darts has been superb. 140, 180, 134, 180, 140, 180. They need to produce a leg like this on the Bo Greaves throw. Very high. Needs a couple more like this as well. 130-point cushion. At least 6 starts from 161. That one wasn't pretty, but it is another hole for Noah Lim, but they have to find a break right now. Bo Greaves is throwing for the match. I didn't even know you were still here, Kevin. But good to see you. Don't be gone too long, or we might not be here for event 20. Is this the chance for Van Leuven? Has effectively stolen the darts. Has definitely stolen the darts. Leaves a 2 darter. Will they go 2 darts? Much pressure will be under 180 here. Significant. 140 applies pressure. That leaves a finish. And going last 3 legs. 13, 14, 14, by the way. Greaves misses the ball. That applies some pressure to Van Leuven. We will have the darts in the decider when they take out double 16. We're going all the way. Doesn't look like we're going to be saying the same in the other match. Doesn't look like we're going to go all the way in Amsterdam either. Vandenberg, from such a promising position early on, finds himself 9-7 down to Michael van Gerwen. Excellent start from Van Leuven. Who, interestingly enough, would be the beneficiary the opposite way around. So we've been talking a lot about, incorrectly up until this point, that the third place, or the next player on the Women's Series All-America would reach the Alexandra Palace if Greaves declined her PDC World Championship invitation. If Bo does play at the PDC and not the WDF, Noah Lim van Leuven would be in line to make their WDF World Championship debut. Leaves a bogey, but has time. It looks like Lorraine Hyde has run out of time because Dobromyslova wants 61 for the match, which is exactly what happened. Anastasia Dobromyslova is in another final this weekend. Excuse me. Nolan beat Mikura with a 110 checkout earlier. Cannot beat Bo with a 112. But Bo is unable to take out the 135. It's 3 in hand. How costly will that be? Nolan van Leuven misses 3 from 40 and is duly punished. Bo Greaves escapes. She survives. She's into the final once again and is on track for yet another Women's Series title. Bo Greaves is inevitable at times. Nolan van Leuven had their opportunity, was unable to take it, and was duly punished by Greaves. Right, guys. It's going to be a couple of minutes till the final does get underway. You lot know the drill by now. I am going to start setting up for 20 as well. We can start having a look at the draw in a few moments. It won't be up just yet. We'll have the final live in a couple of moments' time, but we are going to take a quick couple of ads just to get us up to that moment and so that I can get my food ready without rustling, to be completely honest. We'll start with this one. Welcome back then, folks, to Women's Series live here at Online Darts. Back from a quick couple of ad breaks, including Play the Pro, a great app for you guys to use at home in practice if you often play at home alone, featuring some of the biggest names in the sport, including Michael Van Gerwen, Fallon Sherritt, Simon Whitlock. There's a chance for you to go and have a crack at the likes of Mark Webster, Paul Nicholson, with more players to be added soon, and it moving to Android in the near future. In the World Series, Dimitri Van den Berg has fallen to Michael Van Gerwen. He played pretty well, had his chances early on, but the Green Machine does progress. Next up will be Aspinall Keegan Brown. And I wonder how many times they're going to mention his journey across. was a great match from what I saw. Love the dart, says Greaves is so lucky. Look, it pays to be better. It's better to be lucky than to be good. And Bo Greaves, at times, just happened to be both. Depends on the arena, Joe. Michael Smith celebrated his World Championship with his kids. Gary Anderson's had his up on stage before. For the amount that Van Gerwen has done for the sport, I think this is one of the first times that they will both be there. He hasn't played on Holland all too often, has he? Where they've both been of a decent age to be there. It's a nice little wholesome moment, isn't it? Yeah, I see that. They were there previously as well. I think it was just his daughter that had been up previously, though. She was in the post-match press room as well. But like I said, I think it's one of the first times that both of his children have been at a darts event with him. They don't tend to travel to the UK too often, especially for things like the Worlds. So the amount of legwork Van Gerwen's put in for the PDC over the last few years in exhibition and other events. Greaves was lucky 30 seconds ago. Now she's a legend of the game. Let's have a look through this draw then while we are waiting. Bo Greaves on board number 1 with Quinty Beeman, Angela Kirkwood, Alex Howard and Kazuzu Iwao. Lindsay Ashton will take on Ryan Griffiths in a 1-2-8. Llewellyn Van Looy and Roos van der Velde. What a tough battle that'll be. And Joanne Oldershaw. Remember, we didn't get a full complement of players, so the 1-2-8 games don't count for anything. They're just prelim matches, effectively. Ranking money earned from the 64 onwards. Live Lounge back tomorrow indeed, James. Obviously, the PDC decided that what we discussed on Monday night wasn't enough, so went and dropped more bombs for us on Tuesday. So we will discuss the WDF versus PDC fallout. Obviously, it was calendar last week. We'll have the World Series review. We'll have a Women's Series review. What is next weekend? Euro Tour. It is Euro Tour back next weekend. Possibly, Joe. That's up to the PDC to manage, though, isn't it? What will inevitably happen is at some point they'll tell somebody no, then they'll complain about it, and then they'll just make a rule saying it's not allowed to happen anymore, and it'll ruin it for everyone. But until then, let's just crack on. Right, score predictions then for this next game. I think this one's potentially going to be quite close. Keegan Brown against Nathan Aspinall. Where are you going with this one, chat? I presume you're watching both. First to 10. And score predictions for this final as well. Anastasia Dobromyslova against Bo Greaves. Kevin is back. Good to have you, buddy. My KFC is nearly finished as well. Should be just in time for the final. Kevin says Asps wins 10-7. I've been impressed with Keegan so far this weekend. Who would win in a boxing fight, me or Phil Bars? Depends if he lands anything, because he's solid. I got way more motion than him, though. I don't know. I'll box his head off. Kevin also says Greaves wins the final 5-2. Some fierce competition for a Nathan Aspinall signature on the walk-on. Oh, lovely that. Says Anastasia gets battered in the final. She lost 5-0 to Ashton yesterday. She's saying 5-0 to Greaves today. See, Keegan winning. Nathan didn't look too right last weekend. Did he play last weekend? I thought he didn't play the Pro Tour. Or was that the Euro Tour? I don't remember what day it is. Yeah, Keegan... couple of match play appearances, couple of Worlds appearances, but other than that, it feels like we haven't seen the best of Keegan Brown. This isn't a criticism because I actually like the fact that ITV had done something new. In a little stats box next to each player before the game start, as the game's underway, by the way, it's the quarterfinals and they're still showing seasonal average and earnings. I think that should be before the first game, and then the rest of it should be their tournament stats. So that should then be updated to tournament wins, tournament average so far, etc., to show how they've got this far. What do we think? You've been top 32 before, Keith. That was before COVID. Did a lot of work for the NHS. one thing I don't like about the so-and-so is a top so-and-so player is if they're not there right now, who in that ranking isn't? There's only so many players that have or can be a top 32 player at once. No chance, Keith. It wouldn't happen. You can't restrict earnings for players that aren't even yours. Well, they've done it already for their worlds, but the Q squad earns too much. And if you start restricting players from playing in Super Series because they went to Challenge, because they went to Q squad, that's just wrong. Is there still music on? Has it been on all day? I can't hear it while I'm sat here.
They all will be fuming. 6 starts he missed. They all will be fuming. 6 starts he missed.
No, there is.
They all will be fuming. 6 starts he missed.
It's a bit Inception-y, that, isn't it? Cool. I can change the song up this afternoon if people prefer. I didn't even realise it was still on. I thought it stopped. Depends how loud you have it on. I'm sorry about that, by the way. I hate eating on stream, but just don't have a choice. Who do you think will win? Wright v Barney? Oh, Wright has been dreadful, hasn't he? But this is so Peter Wright. I think Barney, just because of the home crowd, I think there's going to... Normally you'd say the distance might be an issue here, but I think the distance for Barney will be an issue later on this afternoon. I don't think it'll be an issue in this game. Especially not against a Peter Wright, who I expect to average at high 80s. I can see players not going Q score and doing ADC, MODUS, Super Series, and WDF. The issue is, I still think the ADC needs something at the end. They need a global championship or a world championship or whatever else. Despite the fact that players like to play local and keep it close and aren't travelling as much, etc. And the vaults seem to be going. I still think they need a stronger showing from the WDF if the ADC aren't going to produce that before players see it as a solid alternative. Because counties manage a different way now, so you don't get your backdoor entry to the World Championship qualifier or the Gold Cup or anything through that. Bogre's just romping away with this final, by the way. She's averaging 100. And it might go up if she takes out this 161. It will go up if she takes out this 161. And the thing with the Super Series is, with the ADC partnership right now, there's less and less invitational spots. You can't say, right, I'm just going to go and play Modus, because they might not have you. They might not want you. They might not give you the invite. There might be a time halfway through next year where there is no invites, where it is all a product of the ADC, whether that be ADC UK or Europe. And that's the only way in. Or that significantly outweighs the number of invites per week, etc. So, like, if that is to continue as a structure, I'm still a little bit weary that actually the PDC playing and having access to the Challenge Tour, top up to the Pro Tours and picking up your tour card that way is still a viable way to go and earn money playing darts and then move on to be a pro afterwards. But it is what it is. Keith, I'm not sure what you're going on about, buddy. I don't think the PDC need to be ruthless and nasty. Like, the problem is, why do they? Why do they need to go and get rid of the Modus and whatever else? When the WDF have tried to work with them and offered to play in both, that was an agreement last year. The Modus Super Series have been in contact, or there's communication between both. Look, let's be honest, Modus would absolutely love the opportunity to work with players 65 to 128. PDC aren't interested at the moment. So there's no ruthless and get rid of people, because the only reason you might suggest that is, you want them to play Challenge Tour only and stop going and competing elsewhere and everything being about the PDC. But the players are looking for these other opportunities through issues the PDC have created. Their Challenge Tour fund isn't enough for players to commit to potentially go and be a pro. There isn't enough events. The money isn't big enough to earn a living on there to commit to it full time. And half the pros can't afford to live full time. If half your pro ranks can't afford to live full time, then it's not other organisations that are the issue. It's makings of your own doing. PDC need to be ruthless with themselves. Stump up some cash. We have already been in contact with Matt Porter, and we do have a sit-down planned. I believe next week. If he was in Amsterdam, Phil would have already put a camera in his face. But given the announcements of the last week, of the calendar, the full-time Pro Tour, it will be interesting to hear what Matt says. But what I expect will be Matt's response to both the calendar and the World Championship issues is that you either back yourself or you don't, and if you're good enough, you'll come and succeed with us. If not, you'll go do whatever else you want elsewhere. That will be the line. Whether or not that's the right line, or whether or not that approach still works in 2023 entering 2024, it's a completely different matter. Bo agrees, by the way, potentially got match starts incoming. She will get darts at 66 for the match. She'll have 86 the previous visit. Doesn't go. Chance for Anastasia to extend this one. She has already fared better in this final than she did yesterday. Can she go even better right now? She can. Four two needs a break. Reeves leaves the fish after just 9 darts. Can she win it in style? No, she cannot, but she will be back. This feels very much a case of when, not if, Bo Greaves wins Women's Series Event 19. More match starts incoming, and this time they are taken. Bo Greaves is Women's Series Event 19 champion. She is back to winning ways after yesterday losing in both events. She returns to the winners' enclosure, and will look to do the same this afternoon. The Bromers over 2 finals this weekend. Who called that one at the start of play? Fair play if you did. Right. All the games are warming up already. Lovely. Couple of minutes for them to reset the stream. What do we fancy first? If it's not streamed, is it Fallon, Kim, Holden? Kim making the quarters of the last event. Fallon beaten by Mikuru in the prelim of the last one. If you did say Bo would win that 5-2, give yourselves a pat on the back. Cheeky little round of applause. 10 God points. No idea what you spend them on, but well done. One day we might stream on Twitch or Kick or something where you actually get points for interacting. But until then, YouTube is our baby. Streaming board for the 128 in event number 20 will be Robin Byrne against Laura Turner. Where did that go? Just me, or has the fouling game disappeared? New iPad, maybe? That's huge from Nathan Aspinall. Fires in a 130 on the ball to lead Keegan Brown 4-2. Come on, folks. You know what time it is, as the next event is about to start. Who wins event 20? Get involved, fire it up in the chat room. Let's have some discussion throughout this event. Lord knows I need it. Just over 4 hours already, which means we're looking at double that to get the day done. Numbers were fluctuated a bit during the first one. I know there's other sport on. I know the weather's decent. It's still September, etc. But there is also a point that if numbers drop too much on this stream, we might call it a day. So fair warning to everybody who is here right now. Nathan looks unbelievable right now. 72 left. Coming back for a 5-2 lead over Keegan Brown. Keegan, another player that is using the Condor Axe system by the looks of it. The solid, slightly see-through plastic stem and flight combination. The same one that Dave Chisnell currently spray paints. How long before the very top players start using something similar? Because in the women's game, literally everybody uses the molded flight and stem at the top of the game. Fallon uses L style. I think Lisa uses L style. Bo uses L style. I think Dieter's got some weird combination set up. Like all of the women seem to be using molded at the top end of the game. In the men's game, if you look at the top 10, top 16, you've got a couple of players that use a different shape flight. Johnny Clayton, Danny Noppert used to have Glenn Durran. But other than that, everybody else is still pretty much a solid stem, plastic or metal. There's a couple that still use a metal. And plastic fold flight that you could just replace like that. A standard flight, a standard shape flight. You got a couple that are using big wings. Aspen was one of them. A few will punch their flights. Chris Dobie's one that likes to punch his flights. I think he glues them in, actually. how long until the likes of Van Gerwen? Peter Wright's used a couple of combinations, hasn't he? But they've always been different shapes rather than just a straight change to an L style or a molded standard flight. Van Gerwen, Smith, Aspinall, Price. How long till they start looking at alternatives? I get the whole 10, 20 years ago, the technology wasn't really there. I suppose L style have been around similar length, but beyond that, if you were throwing plastic or molded, it was pretty much like a fairground dart, like the cheap ones you get with a little barrel at the front. The flights and stuff bend. Waste of time. So I've thrown Cosmo before. I started with Harrow's Click. I won them on a competition on Twitter before I was involved in anything as well. Absolutely loved them. Then started trying. My mate was sponsored by Cosmo, so I threw a few Cosmos for a while. I found them a little bit too thin compared to the clicks that I was throwing. Then I tried L-Star for a while last year. Someone on the seniors tour lent me a set to try these instead, and I really got on with them. But I just went back to a normal flight and stem recently. I think my setup's all completely wrong. Are we still missing that game, by the way? Where is the Sherrod game? I can't see it. So let's go Ashton Hoyland. That'll do nicely. Afternoon, Joe. How are we doing, mate? It's worth the $20 there. To be fair, my flights got beat up a little bit, but in terms of the stems, they just don't get touched. So I was using the L styles. You never ever break those stems because the flight's solid. There's nothing for you to Robin Hood. There's nothing for it to split. You occasionally get a couple of the clicks I found. Sometimes you get a dart that will slide through the plastic a bit and pierce it. But other than that, I never had anything pierce it on an L style. How thin the Cosmos were a bit of an issue occasionally. I might have a tinker tonight, see what I've still got. The only thing I don't like, and I suppose you don't need it, is when I throw in normal flights and stems, I throw with flight protectors, the little metal bits that sit at the top, right on the split. And it's not for protecting the flights, it's for me, so I don't like playing against slow players, but what I will do, I'll throw the darts in a specific order, but not because of anything in my mind, it's because that's for me to focus on putting them in order while I'm behind somebody else. So when I take them out of the board, I won't look. But when I'm stood behind them, instead of watching them or being caught up in slow play or frustrating or whatever, I will order my darts. So I've got 3 different color flight protectors, so that's different. Where are my darts? I think they're in the car, Otherwise, I'd show you. Maybe there's a set. Let me just see if I've got a set to show you. I've not got my actual set, but I think there's a different set that I was throwing for a while in the room next door. And I can show you my flight stems. Laura Turner throwing a moulded flight and stem. Robin Byrne throwing a moulded flight and stem. Is there anyone that isn't? Who is the highest ranked player in the women's series that is not throwing a moulded flight and stem combination? Greaves does, Suzuki does, Sherrick does, Ashton does. Does Rhian O'Sullivan? Byrne does. Loyman does? Bromislova does. Turner does. Oh my. Laura's lovely. What have Mercedes just done? Double stacked. Interesting. Let's get it. Oh, where have I put that? Third 1-0 up. Robin Byrne now 2-0 up. No results in just yet. We'll run through what we do have so far. Lisa Ashton 2-0 to the good against Rebecca Hoyland. Silke Lowe and Sarah Brown still not underway. Or still not with a leg on the board, shall I say. Fallon Sherrick does lead Kim Holden 1-0. We might jump to the end of that game if Lisa Ashton continues her assault. Natalie Gilbert 1-0 up on Laura Patton. Corinne Hammond leads Josie Patterson 1-0. Chloe O'Brien first leg on the board against Jan Robbins. Grace Crane and Rhian O'Sullivan currently 0-0. Karen Webber leads Louise Leahy. Priscilla Steenbergen leads Chris Savory. Leanne Topper 1-0 up on Nanako Shimizu. Sabrina Young and Notter 1 apiece with Yvonne Taylor. Steph Clark flying against Astrid Traubel. She leads 3-0. Megan Humphreys takes the opener against Erin Van Veegeden. Lindsay Ashton 1 apiece with Rhian Griffiths and Angela Kirkwood 1-0 up on Quinty Beeman. Josie Patterson just levelled up with Corinne Hammond as Lisa Ashton moves 3-0 up and is 1 away from booking her spot in the last 64. Right. You ever just look up and see what's trending on Twitter? Hashtag Red Bull Cheats, Tommy Robinson and Benjamin Mendy. Interesting. Ashton still 3-0 up. Robin Byrne 3-0 up now. Laura Turner, that's on the streaming board. Different to 12 points in the averages in that one. As Lisa Ashton does complete a 4-0 win over Rebecca Hoyland. Let's go to the game that we were going to put on originally. Just down there. Sherrick versus Holden. Sherrick takes the lead. Nathan Aspinall in cruise control over in Amsterdam, by the way, at the AFAS Arena. 8-3 up against Keegan Brown. Open against the darts with a maximum. In leg number 12, Steph Clark has beaten Ashley Trowels 4-1. It's an early win for Robin Byrne against Laura Turner 4-0 on the stream. Steenbergen beats Chris Savary 4-0. We're racing through some of these now. And the best bit is the losers can drive straight home. Up next on the stream, Suzuki versus Win Stanley. It's not got any easier for Mikuru today, has it? She's had some rotten draws. Ooh, Jason Roy's just been dropped from the England World Cup squad with Harry Brook getting the call up. That, my friends, might just well be the end of Jason Roy's international career. For those of you who follow cricket, anyway. Karen Webber is a 4-0 victor. And we already have last 64 games underway. Joanne Deemer 0-0 with Donna Gleed. Now we're cooking. Angela Kirkwood beats Quinty Beeman 4-0. Another one! As DJ Khaled would say. Excuse me. Really is a busy day of sport, isn't it? Golf is still going. Ronnie O'Sullivan's playing in the snooker. Take Atkinson. I'm not sure, James. I think the French will do him again. Ireland need to be tested. That'll be interesting to see the Springboks. I can see France, South Africa final, Fallon Sherrock beats Kim Holden 4-1. Where do we go next? Should we keep a 1-2-8 on? Most of them are nearing an end or are quite slow. Silkalo beats Sarah Brown. We'll go Aurora Aileen, I think. Can't believe you don't think England are going to win, James. Barney next on he is, as Nathan Aspinall completes the job on Keegan Brown. I'll be interested to see how the crowd respond to him because everybody loves Peter Wright. Natalie Gilbert beats Laura Patton. The 1-2-8 is flying. Snakebite's been poor since he won the Random World Series earlier in the year, James. Is it Copenhagen he won in? Other than that, he's had a disaster of a year. Yeah, you know. Is he still questionable? I just think Peter's been riding the crest of a wave for a while, and it's finally falling down a bit. Like he was getting away with a lot. You remember last year when Joe Cullen was just winning games as somebody that wasn't playing great or was winning more from a lower average than anybody else on tour? I just think Peter Wright's been in a position where actually not people are scared of him, but I think his name and reputation have carried him through a little bit in games of late. Or late last year. He did a lot of talking without backing any of it up, and I think it's all just backfired at once. It's incredibly difficult to go into games when you've actually sat there for 2 weeks telling MVG you're going to batter him when you don't believe that you're going to batter him. Because the minute it starts to go wrong for you, you're in a bit of trouble, plus all the constant tinkering and changing, obviously. I'm not saying Joe's condition hasn't been part of it, but I think there's more to it than just Joe was ill. Three games left in the 1-8. These ones might take a while, so we do have 164 games in play. Chloe O'Brien leads Jan Robbins 2-1. Grace Crane 2 apiece. Ariane O'Sullivan and Topper 2 apiece with Nanako Shimizu. In fact, Chloe O'Brien and Jan Robbins are now 2 apiece. All three of those are level. Desmond, Donna Gleed has beaten Joanne Deemer 4-0 in the last 64, so board 11 flying. Suzuki wins Stanley, still 1 apiece on the stream. Suzuki missed it at top. So what did Lorraine do? I'm guessing not take it out, as we would have seen it by now on Dark Connect. 89 pin, the treble 19. Inside and outside. She does return now and take it out. Aileen de Graaf leads Aurora Fochisato 2-1. Bo Greaves 2.5 on Alex Howard, 75 average, just doing enough once again. Last game I can remember where Peter's best game was when he dismounted. Yeah, pretty much. He didn't. Was it the World Final? He played okay to win the Masters, didn't he? He went and picked that up. He hates the Premier League. He should be nowhere near it next year. He was very good in that match play that year as well, wasn't he? very good in the match play. Possibly the most dominant match play win I've ever seen, and that includes Phil Taylor. That's how good Wright's last match play win was. Did anyone see Dimitri's comments this week, by the way? Where he said Van Gerwen was better than Taylor because he averages better now. O'Sullivan now won away against Grace Crane. Shamuzu the same against Leanne Topper. Van Leuven with 14 dart leg takes opener against Roos van der Velde. Kirsty Hutchinson leads Katie Sheldon. Aoife McCormack won a piece with Vanessa Zaidema. Bo Greaves won away, of course. The Eye of the Tiger belting it out around the AFAS right now. As Raymond van Barneveld. Tita Hedman in Bridlington has lost 4-2 in the last 64 to Eve Watson. right, dancing about on stage. Jan Topper beats Monaco Shimizu 4-3. 2 games in the 1-2-8 remaining. Renault Sullivan 1 leg away against Grace Crane. Jan Robbins the same against Chloe O'Brien. Aileen de Graaf beats Aurora Fuchasato 4-1. Lisa Ashton moving through the gears nicely, leads Courtney Hine 2-0. Just put that one up on screen for you. Was that a win for Casey Gallagher over Lindsay Ashton? There was a win for Donna Gleed over Joanne Deemer and Michelle Andrews against Tammy McKenzie. And there was a 4-0 win for Casey Gallagher over Felicia Blay. McCormack Zadima 2 apiece. Rowena Sidley 2-0 up on Linda Porter. Sullivan does beat Grace Crane. Kirsty Hudson beats Kate Sheldon 4-0. Nolan van Leuven, 92 average, beats Roos van der Velde 4-0 as well. That might be the best average of the day, you know. Doesn't feel like the best quality of days you've ever seen on the Women's Series. Not at the top end, anyway. Ashton 3-0 up on Courtney Hine. Mikuru Suzuki knocks out Lorraine Winstanley. Sidley one away now, 3-0 up. Hospoderska one apiece for James Biggs. Zadema takes lead against Ethan McCormack. Oibatsi back-to-back first round losses for Aoife. Chloe O'Brien, Jan Robbins still going. Next up on stream, Samantha Curtin against Leanne Topper. As Lisa Ashton does defeat Courtney High. New feature game once again. Where do we go next? Do we see Robin Byrne come out to come back against Sharon Stratsma-Pool? We'll give it a whirl. Sarah Roberts beats Emma Wapshot 4-1. Chloe O'Brien eventually gets over the line against Jan Robbins. That is the prelim round done. Wow. Peter Wright back to the gold element up on stage. 157, he nearly hits the double 17, goes inside on tops, outside on 10s. Barney wants double 8. 4-2-1, which is exactly what he gets. Zadema beats McCormack 4-2. Robin Byrne is level at 2 apiece. We did tune in, so can we see if she can mount a comeback? Stratsman Pool 3-2 ahead. Seeing Tori Kewish warming up against Rose Moore. Trina Gulliver underway against Yvonne Taylor. Not the Yvonne Taylor, but Yvonne Taylor. Rebecca Edwards 3-top underneath Cassidy. Maria O'Brien 2-0 up. In the moulded flight conversation, Leanne Topper currently throwing moulded flights. Cannot tell what they are from Samantha Curtin. Is anybody watching the PDC stream as well as me for the women's series? Am I right in saying that Samantha Curtin's nickname is Beef? As in Beef Curtin? Robin Byrne levels up at 3 apiece. It is, Joe, isn't it? Like, I'm not missing something here, am I? Like, that's what that shirt says. Robin Byrne was first to a finish, but unable to capitalise from the Shanghai or 20. So Sharon Stratsman-Pool is coming back for 16. It doesn't go either. Robin Burns had to scrap away into this match, and she scraps away into the last 32. Ryan Griffiths beats Joe Aldershaw 4-0. That can't be accidental, can it? It just can't be. How has nobody told her? Surely. I just can't get over that. Grow up. I've messaged Phil and he's had a look and he's like, "Yep, you're right." I'm like, "What the hell?" Nah, that's Denise Cassidy beats Rebecca Edwards 4-3. I can't believe that. Dobromyslova beats Amy Grant 4-0. Are we heading towards the end of the last 64 as well? Are we on a roll? That's still event 19. Let's have a look for 20. Go. Could well be, you know. Rolling, 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 rolling. What? 32. No. Yes. Hilly. Grace Ferridge, Ran O'Sullivan to come. We're on a decent roll, couple of slow boards, but that's about it. I mean, I've tweeted it, so hopefully Edgar will see it. But that's fantastic. What's better than Owen Bates, Tim Poozy, or Samantha Curtin? Yeah, forget Owen the Master Bates. Samantha Beef Curtin is my new favourite darts nickname. Lorraine Hyde beats Priscilla Steenbergen 4-1. Chrissy Manley beats Aaron Van Veegeren 4-1. Ferridge O'Sullivan is the last 64 game that hasn't even started yet, and we've got 4 last 32 games ready to go. On that game, that board didn't even have a prelim. So anyone else really fancy an ice cream? Talking about nicknames, my mate is called the Wee Man because his wife is taller than him. God, what's your best nickname to people you play with or you know of? Let's do a nicknames chat, shall we? That started it off. Forget pros. Who's got the best nickname you know? It could just be a mate, could be a darting friend, could be anything. Bo won the first one, Anthony. She beat Anastasia Dobromislova 5-2 in the final. Barbara Hospoderska is through. She's just beaten Jane Biggs 4-2. 32 games are underway. Aileen de Graaf, Steph Clark. First to crack on. You can't call her that. Next up on stream, Casey Gallagher, Maria O'Brien. Mr. Bates' nickname is the Master. Owen the Master Bates. Taylor Gulliver go all the way then. Gulliver. If I was Danny, I'd totally use tea baggage. Can we change Rob Crosses to just Gets? Forget Rob Voltage. Rob Gets Cross. Bo is still in the event. She must be due to play again soon. Let's have a quick look. Can't remember what board she was on now. She'll play Angela Kirkwood next in the last 32. Should be due any moment. Trina Gulliver beats Yvonne Taylor. Board 14 seems a slow one, but it does give us another look at Fallon. We didn't see all of her game earlier. Lipton tea sponsor for Danny Baggish. Is there any more nicknames we could mess around with? Whoa. Chloe O'Brien is through. That was a 4-1 win for her. one. Gallagher, Maria O'Brien up on the stream then. Peter Wright, Raymond van Barneveld back after the break in Amsterdam too. Peter Wright on the hunt of a comeback of sorts. He trails 6-4. Kirsty Vienakainen beats Corinne Hammond 4-0. It's the end of the Aussie for this weekend. Natalie Gilbert leads Fiona Roberts 2-0. Rhiannon O'Sullivan 2-1 up on Grace Ferridge. Fallon Sherrick wants 57 for a 2-0 lead over Adriana Van Vigeren Vermaat, which is exactly what she gets. O'Sullivan won away, 3-1 up now on Grace Ferridge. Talking of nicknames, I believe Grace's is The Fridge. Someone in the crowd has just held up a sign asking Barney to marry them. Not sure he was Raymond's type. Ireland now 3-0 up and cruising. And Rhiannon O'Sullivan was through for 1. Natalie Gilbert won away against Fiona Roberts. Lorraine Hyde takes the early advantage against Sarah Roberts. Angela Kirkwood gets on back against Bo Greaves. On the stream, Maria O'Brien still leads Casey Gallagher 2-0. Another player using L-style flights, Maria O'Brien. Can't tell if they're standard flights. I believe they are from Casey. Ashton 2-0 up on Donna Gleed. Was this similar yesterday? Does the weekend just feel a little bit flat to you guys watching along? We've had the race to the women's match play and then the match play. This one doesn't count for as much as the next one, which would be the race for the World Championships. And depending on how the rest of this weekend plays out, depends if that's competitive or not. It doesn't feel like the top 5 or 6 have produced as many high 80s, low 90s averages that we were used to seeing them produce game in, game out at the moment. Peter Wright has just shushed the Amsterdam crowd as he takes the lead. He went into the last ad break 6-4 behind Raymer van Barneveld, and now he leads 7-6 with a cheeky little brave man. Much braver than I. As Natalie Gilbert beats Fiona Roberts, Fallon Sherrick gets the better of Adriana van Vegan and Vermaat as well. So we're into the last 32 completely. Bo Greaves in a bit of trouble here. You'll have to ask him, Paul. I believe so. Forget me and Phil. You just want to know straight about Boise. Is that so we could talk about Man United? What's that? The result? He will say it's a dart show because he's having a terrible weekend. Barzi's currently in Amsterdam. I've seen on Twitter that Paul Nicholson is saying a couple of flights have been cancelled, but I'm not sure where he is. We're not stranding Phil in Amsterdam, are we? The head shake is back from Barney as he makes a mess of 36 going inside on both. Gracie Gallagher has just bust 74. That's silly. I didn't really watch the first mini session or whatever, but since the break, Barney's been nowhere near a finish. Casey Gallagher gets one back on stream. Strath's 3-1. Bo Greaves was in trouble when I put this one on, but now she's 46 points away from the lead. Scrap that. A ton from Kirkwood would give her the darts to eliminate Bo Greaves. Nah. Leanne Topper, a winner on the streaming board a few moments ago against Samantha Curtin, is now 3-0 up on Mikuru Suzuki. Mikuru Suzuki is averaging just 48. Has the miracle just ran out of steam after another excellent weekend from her? She will make her journey to Portsmouth later tonight as well to play in the MODUS Super Series from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and Sporty Stuff TV. My pleasure, Joe. Have a good nap, pal. I'm going to sit here for another couple of hours. Hope we don't cut into red zone time too much. My missus is going to kill me, by the way. 8 hours of streaming coming in. Then I've got work to do. And red zone's on. And England play rugby tonight. And there's darts on. Lisa Ashton is through. She reached on a lead 4-1. Ran O'Sullivan leads Anastasia de Bromezlova 1-0. Robin Byrne is out despite averaging 8 points higher than her opponent, Michelle Andrews. Counter Robin Byrne in event number 20. A correction on the Kirkwood score, which then means she doesn't score enough to leave a finish. Sorry, not a dart, a double. Peter Wright defeats Raymond van Barneveld. It's an unhappy return to televised darts in Amsterdam for Barney. Leanne Topper accounts for Mikuru Suzuki 4-0. Welsh international beating Japanese number 1 on the women's series. Have Arsenal really swapped their goalies about? Bo Greaves recovers from 2-1 down to Angela Kirkwood. Kirkwood's had chances in all 3 legs since to beat Bo, but she does progress 4-2. Perhaps a little closer than she would have liked. Fallon and Hospodurska ready to go. We'll put Reno Sullivan and Anastasia up on their featured game, though. Randolph Sullivan 3-0 up on Anastasia. Casey Gallagher, Maria O'Brien have gone all the way 3 apiece on streaming board. Marina Sidley leads Trina Gulliver 2-1. Rose Moore 2-0 up on Chloe O'Brien. Make that 2-1. Still a decent gap in averages in that one. Denise Cassidy leads Kirsty Vina Kynan 2-0. Vanessa Zardema 1 apiece for Silka Low. Fallon Sherrick 1 ahead of Barbara Hospoderska. Rhiannon O'Sullivan 3-0 up on Anastasia Bromlova. That's your feature game right now. And Sarah Mortimer has taken the opener against Natalie Gilbert. We do have 2 games in the last 16 showing us warming up, so that means an official has pressed the iPad. Bo Greaves against Rihanna Griffiths and Aileen de Graaf against Kirsty Hutchinson. Hopefully we should get those in a couple of minutes' time. Rihanna O'Sullivan takes out 119 for the win. Anastasia Dobromyslova's excellent weekend finishes a little bit abruptly here in women's series, event number 20 from Russia with Love Does Depart. Oh, my God. Rose Moore 1 away now against Chloe O'Brien. I'll be back-to-back last 16s for her today if successful. Who would she play next? It will be Griffiths, Greaves, Hutchinson, de Graaf. Topper will play either Gulliver or Sidley. When it's on, mate, Bo, there's not, unless it's the streaming game. Hyde Gallagher will play that one. O'Sullivan. Rhiannon O'Sullivan awaits for Eva Rosemore or Chloe O'Brien. Next streaming game is Ashton Andrews. So yeah, once this one's done and Greaves and Griffiths goes live, we will have that for you. Ta-da! Let there be light. Chloe O'Brien gets another back. She trails 3-2 now thanks to a 103 checkout. Fallon Sherrick looks like she's about to coast through to the next round where she will play the winner of Vanessa Zaidema or Silka Lowe. Sarah Mortimer or Natalie Gilbert will play the winner of Denise Cassidy and Kirsty Vienakainen. Tango. Yeah, I brought them down. They're not in the fridge, but they're on the side. Thank you. No, that's it for now. That should do me to the end. Refreshments are on the way. Where was I? Are they going to hold the 16s all together here? There doesn't seem to be anything holding it up massively as Sherrick does beat Hospoderska 4-0. If Mortimer continues to beat Gilbert or goes 3-0 up, they might hold all the last 16s together, you know. Which is usually the plan. I don't think they did that in event 1 because it was a bit all over the place, but Rosemore wins it with a 1-3-1. Thank you. Excellent from her. She progresses to the last 16 once again. Keep an eye on this one because I think this dictates whether or not they hold the 16s, particularly if this double attempt here goes. Rowena Sidley beats Trina Gulliver. That's the end of the Golden Girl for today. I think it'd be very strange to just suddenly start a last 16, given they've held them for all this time. So the expectation from here is they will all start at the same time. Mortimer sees off Gilbert. Let's check in on this one. Silk Lowe's been superb. So the winner of this will play, I believe, Sherrick. They will. Whilst the winner of that final game, Denise Cassidy and Kirsty Vienakainen, will play Sarah Mortimer. Another one bites the dust. Silka Lowe is through. Vanessa Zydema is out. We have a decided neck between Denise Cassidy and Kirsty Vienakainen. Not really a lot to say about this one so far. Oh, the Graf Hutchinson has gone live. They've just cracked on with it instead of waiting for this final leg. It will be Ashton Andrews on stream. Vinakainen in the first clear-cut chance and wants tops. And that's what she gets. She's the last player through to the last 16, which is now live. My pleasure. I looked up, saw Greaves on 1-1, then and panicked, and then realised it was 4 scores, not 2. Now, Aileen de Graaf takes the first leg of the last 16. She goes 1-0 up on Kirsty Hutchinson. Lisa Ashton and Michelle Andrews are underway on stream. Ashton that won the bullseye. Quite interestingly, they're on a collision course at the minute. It would be a semi-final meeting between Ashton and Sherrock, given they're currently the ones competing for that third spot in the order of merit. What's going on here? It feels like Greaves hasn't got out of third gear yet today. She's got so much more to give, but just hasn't needed it. Whereas de Graaf feels like she's close to her top level and hasn't been able to make the most of it. Rain Hyde 1-0 up on Casey Gallagher. Rose Morse dropped the opener to Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Chance comes, but chance goes once again, and Greaves now leads 2-0. Ashton does the same on stream. The graph now 3-0 to the good. They can Anthony, but let me just have a quick look for you. So Fallon started this event £450 ahead of Lisa. Obviously, it depends where each one falls. The longer that Lisa and Fallon keep going, the less likely they are to change. I think they're on a collision course to meet in the semi-finals, which, if Ashton was to beat Sherrick in the semi-final, she would jump above her by £50, and then depending on the outcome of the final. Oh. So as it stands, Fallon Sherrick is on 9. What you don't need right now is hiccups. 9,300. Lisa Ashton 8,850. But obviously it depends on where each of them falls, because they're both still in the contest. If Fallon was to fall in this round, in fact, if Fallon falls between now and the semi-finals, Lisa can jump above her by reaching the final. If they meet in the semi-final, as they're on course to do, then yeah, it's potentially a massive game with 4 events left after this. It's that big. If Lisa was to win it, she'd go £50 ahead, then have the final to play. If Fallon was to win it, she'd be just under £1,000 ahead with the final to play. So, yeah. Potentially quite a big point in the season. Knowing what we know now, that it doesn't matter what Bo Greaves does, it will just be 2nd and 3rd place that will go to Ali Pali. If Bo was to turn down the PDC for the Lakeside, it would not then be a 3rd spot from the rankings. If an international qualifier doesn't take up that position, which is effectively what the Women's World Match Play champion is, then it would go to the PDPA qualifier. So there'd be a 3rd spot for that. They start with a minimum of 2, don't they, I believe. Bo Greaves, superb, by the way. 161 checkout for a 12-dart leg. That's what she has got when she needs it. She beats Ryan Griffiths 4-0. Sharrock's just gone 2-0 up. Sidley 2-0 up. Rose Mort's in trouble 3-0 down to Ryan O'Sullivan despite 175. Lorraine Hyde, Kirsty Gallagher 2-1. Aileen currently 3-2 up on Kirsty Hutchinson. I think I keep going back there, but it might be time to watch Fallon over Sarah Mortimer and Kirsty Vienakainen. But it would be, considering last year the wording was there'd be a guaranteed 3 women at the World Championship, it would be a bit of a step backwards, wouldn't it? But again, looking at another biggie then. Sharrock leaves 90. Ooh. A bit of a mess. You might not agree, but I think Bo finds darts too easy at times, but it doesn't look like she wants to play against the men. She said that when she won either the Women's World Match Play or one of the Women's Series events building up to that. I honestly don't know if I'm Bo. Well, the majority of people believe that the correct route is the PDC. There's a couple of things to consider, isn't there? It's one is, what are Bo's long-term aspirations in the game? If she doesn't want to go and compete in an open system and just wants to continue playing ladies darts, then yes, the WWF World title is the way to go. Secondly, it's the short-term money. Is if the WWF World Championship prize money for winning the tournament is less than the first round prize money for the Alexandra Palace, then it makes absolutely no sense in that regard. The third is, where do you see the WWF in 5 to 10 years' time? Because if they cease to exist, are you better off now making a transition that you might not be as happy with or as comfortable in, but getting used to that environment experience and just trying to take it for everything that you can? Because the WWF seem to be scrambling a bit to get this Worlds on. Their ticket sales are better than they could have hoped for at this stage. Brilliant. But that doesn't pay a week-long production company and prize money. There has to be something else in place. And there aren't many whispers suggesting that there are. So, Edgar says titles and legacy. They are. And for me, look, we had that big debate on this channel, didn't we, about recognising WDF and BDO titles as world champions, Phil said what he said. Until there is a PDC World Championship for women only, that remains the World Championship for female dart players. It just does. Whether or not you believe in how they ran or how they compete on the world stage compared to the PDC or anything like that, if they're the only World Championship for women's darts players, then you're a world champion, aren't you? But if they cease to exist in 2 to 3 years' time, are those titles worth as much? Barney's titles are worth something because of how competitive the BDO was when he was picking up 4 world titles. Neil Duff's, even he admits or says that the same acknowledgement and respect perhaps isn't there. Sullivan does beat more, we might as well go with this one. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. This is for Bo to weigh up. It's not for me or anybody else to weigh up. This is Bo's decision ultimately. Titles mean stuff to people like us who are having debates on who's the best ever. Right, James Wade is never going to be in people's top 3 or some people even 5 of all time because he failed to win a world championship. That's the be-all and end-all in comparisons. But when it boils down to it, what does that actually matter? It matters that your name's brought up in debates by people sat in pubs or online having debates. But what does that actually get you? The satisfaction you're a world champion, brilliant. She's done it already. She's done it once before. Chasing Lisa for 3 or 4. Chasing Trina for 10. Brilliant achievements. But actually nowadays, do you chase those achievements for the sake of achievement, or where there are viable options to make a career out of this, do you go and earn money and be a dart player for the rest of your life? Or for a short period in your life and earn lots of money that she's capable of and then be comfortable? I'm not sure it's as straight up as it used to be in regards to, well, you go and win the bigger title or the bigger name. And actually there's more money on the line elsewhere. Being world champion doesn't move you out your parents or put food on the table. Quite the opposite. John Walton stacks shells in a co-op. He's a world champion. I'm not sure that's the case, Kevin. So Bo won 25 grand for women the World Championship last year. Then obviously she's won WDF ranking events, but if we're being honest, do any of them really carry significant prize money? And she's played in less this year. Didn't even go to Australia, did she? Boa's already earned £27,000 from the Women's Series this year. Hasn't played or didn't go to Q School, so hasn't played Challenge Tour. Hasn't played on the Dev or the Youth, but is eligible to do so for the next 5 years. Hasn't played Super Series or anything else like that. But is also in the Grand Slam, which comes with first round prize money. And as a result of winning the women's match play, which was another 10 grand, by the way. So that's £37,000 she's earned from the PDC. She's guaranteed at the moment first round prize money from the World Championships, 10 grand. She's earned nearly 50 grand from the PDC for winning the women's match play and some floor events. Just for rocking up to the rest of the events that's come in. If she goes and gets out of her group at the Slam, that's more money. If she goes and wins a first round game at Ali Pali, that's even more money. So while she is winning most events, when she's currently on £27,000, in fact, it's more than that. She's just made her way into the quarters. It's an extra 100. Potentially 28,800 by the end of this session. There's 4 more women's series to come. That's another possible 8 grand. She could be on 35 grand from the women's series before she plays in the Slam. Before she plays in the Worlds. Each with first round prize money coming from those. So I'm not sure the long term with the WDF in 3 years, she will earn more. Because she's already earned more this year from the PDC than she did from winning the World Championship. And that's before she goes on TV and wins a game. That's just guaranteed minimum earnings. And that's including the fact that she was eligible to play in the World Youth last 96 as one of the top 2 ranked under 23 players on the Women's Series. Declined that. Has not played in any Dev Tour this year. Has been eligible for that and is eligible for the next 5 years. Could go to Challenge Q School and at least play Challenge Tour or go and get a tour card and be eligible to play in everything that she is at the moment anyway. Just by saying yes to play in the World Youth Championship last 96, she'd have earned a grand. Even if she loses both her group games. By going to Milton Keynes once, she'd have earned a grand. I get that she won't win titles against the top PDC stars, Kev, but you just said she will earn more in the long term with WDF in 3 years than she would in the PDC in 10. And then the next world, you're like, money-wise, she'll make a decent living, but his titles account more. It's not, though, is it? Because since 30 years ago, when being world champion carried significantly more weight, unless it comes with a significant pay packet, there are viable options to not be world champion and earn more money. I don't get how you're earning more or titles can count more in that regard, apart from in conversations where we sit here or discuss her career at the end and rank her in terms of best of all time. But there's no award for that either. There's acknowledgement, but there's no reward for it. She doesn't get to walk into Tesco's tomorrow and go, oh, by the way, I'm world champion, so I'm having this for free. The patches on Fallon Sherrick's shirt are worth more than what anybody would have earned winning the WDF World Championship this year. That's a big if, I think, Kev. Sorry, Kevin. Because right now, as much as they've guaranteed that there will be a World Championship this year, so far, we don't have a draw. The cut-off's been a bit weird from the year before, and they've sold more tickets. What we still don't know is the prize fund for this year, a TV broadcaster for this year, and how they're funding said broadcaster. Because their biggest partners in Lakeside aren't jacking up the prize money, as far as we know, but they have done for a number of years and been the title sponsor of it, as well as the host venue. And after pulling the Masters at short notice last year, I'm pretty sure they're looking for a new board sponsor. One more to go then in the last 16, and it is 3 apiece between Rowena Sidley and Leanne Topper. The draw as it stands will be Greaves versus Hutchinson. The winner of this game against Lorraine Hyde, Rhiannon Sullivan, Lisa Ashton, and Fallon Sherrick against Kirsty Vienakainen. And there we have it. The last 16 is complete. The last 16 is complete. The lineup for the quarterfinals is known. Bo Greaves will take on Kirsty Hutchinson in a repeat of the WWF World Championship final. Leanne Topper will take on Lorraine Hyde in Wales versus Scotland. Rhiannon Sullivan will go up against Lisa Ashton. And Fallon Sherrick will do battle with Kirsty Vienakainen. Right, I'm going to run a couple of quick ads while we wait for the quarterfinals, starting with this one.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. Good feeling.
There we have it. Do head to dartshop.tv if you're interested in going to a live darts event this year somewhere near you. Plenty of options on there left in 2023, and I'm sure the 2024 calendar will be out in due course. We are moments away from the quarterfinals of Women's Series event number 20. Bo Greaves, Kirsty Hutchinson first to get underway. They're on the streamer board as well, so they have just gone for it. Going Bovey Lisa final on form only if they can't clash. Well, I don't think they can. They're in opposite halves of the draw. It'll be a Fallon Lisa semi final if they both make it that far. Top half of the draw is Bo Greaves, Kirsty Hutchison, Leanne Topper, and Lorraine Hyde. Bottom half is Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrick, Kirsty Venakainen. Which game do we want as featured, then, folks? Obviously, Bo Kirsty is on the stream. That's first of 5, as are the rest of them. But that one will not be the option. You can either have Leanne Topper against Lorraine Hyde, Rhiannon O'Sullivan against Lisa Ashton, or Fallon Sherrick against Kirsty Venakainen. First answer wins. Lisa wins. I'll be on for you once it is live. You're from Lancashire. Ooh. You would have picked the one game that hasn't even started warming up, wouldn't you? Bo Greaves is racing away right now. 29 darts for 2 legs. The only other one that is ready is Fallon Kersey, so I'll go with that for now. The other one's still warming up. Is Bow 12 Dart the best of the day? I guess so. I mean, I've literally just had the homepage view on. I haven't seen any of the individual games, but certainly not. Certainly, nobody's had a better first leg because I've been tracking averages that way. Yeah, I've not seen any better than a 12. Okay, we did promise Ashton O'Sullivan, so that's what we're going to produce. I have the other one on behind just in case it goes quick. Kirsty Hutchinson, 2 apiece with Bo Greaves. Who will win the final tonight? I think MVG beats Aspinall. Let's have a look now. Is he still falls? Yeah. The time to have a crack was earlier, to be honest. Aspinall was 3-1 second favourite earlier before the quarterfinals. He's now 5-2, which means there's no real value on an each way shout. In fact, I think they've cancelled the each way market now. But that was the bet, 3-1 each way on us this morning. Perfect. Humphreys is now 3-1 from 4-1. Peter Wright is still 6s. Just don't see Snakey winning that. I expect a Van Gerwen Aspinall final. So if you've got Aspinall each way, you've done all right from earlier. Surely at some point Luke's got to win one, but until he gets over that hump, it's difficult to say, yeah, this is the one. A bit like Smith for ages, to be fair. Hyde 2-0 up on top, and then O'Sullivan 2-0 up on Ashton. Looks like Kevin has put The blinkers on that one. Kirsty Hutchinson currently leads Bo Greaves by 3 legs to 2. Ashton back level then from 2-0 down. Kirsty Vinakainen from 1-0 down currently leads Fallon Sherrick 2-0. Are we even going to get to the point where we see a Ashton versus Sherrick showdown? Lorraine Hyde 3-0 up on Leanne Topper. Is the Scot heading for another semi-final? Greaves regained control. She's 4-3 up now on Kirsty Hutchinson. Sullivan wants tops to a 3-2 lead over Lisa Ashton. Don't forget, Rihanna Sullivan is the other player battling it out, really, for that third and final spot at the World Championships. Sullivan does edge back in front. Sherrick levels up 2 apiece. Greaves has missed a match start. But she gets more and takes them. Although Greaves is the first player into the semi-finals. Looking to do the double today. Rhiannon O'Sullivan now a leg away from knocking out Lisa Ashton. Big result for her, big result for Lisa, and potentially a big result for Fallon Sherrick as well, who is currently 2 apiece in her own game. Who does Bo play in the semi-final? She'll play either Leanne Topper or Lorraine Hyde, looking highly likely to be Lorraine Hyde. I don't know if Bo's going to the WDF World Cup of Darts next week. I presume she's in the team. I also presume that the England qualifiers that took place on Friday weren't for the World Cup next week, surely. They've given everybody more notice than that. Rhiannon does beat Lisa Ashton. That is the end of the Lancashire Rose in event 20, which gives Sherrick a bit of breathing room. Just as she goes 3-2 up on Kirsty Vina Khan, and every single win now for Fallon Sherrick would increase the gap between Lisa and Fallon. It's been traffic in the opposite direction this weekend. As Lorraine Hyde does beat Leanne Topper. Hyde is into a semi-final once again. Can she go one better this time? I know the event. It's just see if she's going or not. Is it county next weekend as well? Have I made that up? Sherrick 4-2, daylight between her and Ashton, daylight between her and Kirsty Vienakainen. No, end of the month. One, 2-1 then for the match. What would surely be a stream semi-final as well against Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Given the importance of that game and given the fact Bo has just been on there. Have I heard something about Gary practicing? In what sense, Nicholas? And there we have it. Fallon does complete the semi-final lineups. Nicholas, I'm not sure I understand your question. Gary who? Anderson? I've not personally spoke to him. He's put more effort in this year, been practicing with Ryan Suttle, but nothing more than what we've said all year round. Anyway, quick ad break. We'll be back after this.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Gareth Tilly. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back then to Women's Series Live. We've reached a semi-final stage of event 20, the final event of the weekend. The final four lineup of Bo Greaves against Lorraine Hyde, who were the first to start warming up. And Rhiannon O'Sullivan against Fallon Sherrock. I was right about the streaming board. They've gone with O'Sullivan Sherrock. I'm going to put both of them up as features, though, because we have two screens. Bo's not messing around today, is she? She seems to be the one that's turned around her games quicker than most. I've not seen it yet, but was the Arsenal goal offside? And he saw it from behind the lines. That's the only camera they've got, though, but they are all calibrated with perspective. Like the whole Man United argument of the week was a joke. Well, but that's not where the line is if you draw it from there. Yeah, but if you move the camera in line with it, it changes again. That's how perspective works. Sup. It's still drawn with perspective, Kevin, because they use the thick lines on the pitch to change angles. Like, I'm no expert, but of all the things wrong with refereeing and VAR, and you can complain about how they've interpreted that rule with a deflection off a Everton player, etc. The physical drawing of the lines and the measuring is calibrated so finely and so accurately that that's the one thing in VAR you can't really argue with. People drawing lines on their phone screen. Andy Goldstein using a pen the other day from a still image. That's not how that works. If that was how it worked, then it'd be easy. If that's all they've got, Kevin, that's all they got. We know that Everton are poor. Horrible ground, isn't it? Sullivan Sherrick is also warming up, so hopefully we get some darts live in a second. A weird handshake from Fallon and Real. But Fallon Sherrick will throw first. After she pins the bullseye. Is there anything worse in darts than winning the bullseye and then opening up with a crap visit? That's not what Fallon's done. Especially winning the bullseye after like 4, 5, 6 attempts where you just keep going back round, back round, back round. Is there a worse feeling in darts as a player? One 0 Fallon Sherrick. Not 1-0. Bo Greaves, as I expected to call after she left 77. Still not 1-0, and a chance for Lorraine Hyde to pinch the opener. Which she does. Big visit from Sherrick leaves her on a 2-dart finish and applies a shed load of pressure to this 1-5-6 for O'Sullivan, which doesn't go. Chance then for Sherrick to double her lead against the darts. This would be a break. And it goes into, very likely, she's gone 10s for double 18, her favourite double on the board. Queen of the Palace is up and running. O'Sullivan is an old school flight user. Standard flight stems with flight protector on it. Five perfect from the Queen of the Palace. Leaves 20 after 12. And it goes in 113 dart leg for Sherrick. Her average rises now to 92. Elsewhere, Greaves leaves the big fish, but so did Hyde and a visit before. We've already seen Greaves miss the ball for this once today. What can she do this time? Leaves 70. Hyde with 89. No, it's a 2-dart combination. Should get at least a dart at the bullseye, though. I think that's what she's got, and I think that's what she's missed. Greaves has a chance to win both legs so far. Could be staring at a 2-0 deficit. She must have gone 17. Doesn't matter if you go 9s, actually. Go inside on both. You still get to 4. Bo Greaves doubling in this game. That's not been very Bo Greaves. Jan O'Sullivan. Does she miss a dart of that? Does she get a dart of that? Either way, Lorraine Hyde leads 2-0. Rhiannon does get a hold of throw. She trails Fallon 3-1. She would need to break Fallon twice from here. And potentially a maximum 5 more legs. Daylight once again for Sherrick as she refines her scoring boots in leg 5, as does Bo Greaves here. Good leg from Bo Greaves. 12 darter gets her back into the match. Trails just 2-1. She will need to find another breaker throw as well. Alan Sherrick's left this 38 awkward. Even if this 145 doesn't go, a big visit from O'Sullivan would have applied the pressure. How did she leave it so awkward? It goes in 3 anyway, and Fallon Sherrick is a leg away from the final. chance then for Sherrick to win it. She returns once more. Hides left the big fish once again. Greaves misses the ball for a 1-2-6. Sherrick makes a mess of 64. With his back again. Greaves levels up at 2 apiece. And Fallon Sherrick does seal her spot in the final. Where she will play the winner of the game on the left, Bo Greaves or Lorraine Hyde. We'll get rid of that one. And that's the last we need of that screen, by the way. Just merge that one in the middle. There we go. Big visit from Bo Greaves. It's Lorraine Hyde with a chance to go back in front once again. She's had plenty of chance in this one. She could be at least 4-1 up here. Doesn't go again, and that might just be Lorraine Hyde's chances in this match come and gone. It's not, though. Bo Greaves makes another mess of it. Bo Greaves does lead. And she has that all-important breaker throw now. And it looks like we are about to see yet another final between Fallon Sherrick and Bo Greaves. Hyde needs a big visit here. The only way she stays in the game. Must go. Must go for Lorraine Hyde, and it doesn't once again. And that is a 4-2 lead for Bo Greaves. And Lorraine Hyde must win 3 in a row if she is to beat Bo Greaves and reach her first Women's Series final. Match darts incoming for Bo Greaves to set up that all-important final with Fallon Sherrick, which is exactly what we get for a few moments' time. Bo Greaves versus Fallon Sherrick will do battle once again on the Women's Series in a final in a few minutes' time. Right, guys, if you've got any questions, fire them in, because the next time you're going to hear from me after this will be the live lounge tomorrow night. If you don't get them in now and don't get a chance to ask them, you won't get to hear them until then. Ad break after this. Welcome back then to Pro. Every single time I've said Pro Tour Live today, done my absolute head in. It's the Women's Series Live, event number 20. The final is coming your way in a couple of moments' time. It will be between Fallon Sherrock and Bo Greaves. A couple of questions in the chat room. Paul Sargent says, will Bo play at Lakeside or Ali Pali? Possibly the biggest question in the sport right now is which one will Bo pick? We already know Luke Littler will be taking up the PDC option, but he isn't defending champion and he isn't in a field where you just say, all right, you be there and you win it. So that's the difference between the two right now. I think she's 80-20 to play the Lakeside right now. If they give her any sort of guarantee of prize money or any sort of long-term vision with proof that they've got the ability, the back-in or something to continue with the WDF for years to come, then Bo will take the Lakeside. If there's no assurances on prize money, no announcement on a TV channel, and based off last year's numbers, or they find out the Women's Series prize fund is due to be cut, but not by how much, I think she'll play Ali Pali. Yeah, as it stands, I'm 80-20 that she'll go to the Lakeside. Fallon's not in second place. No, that honour still belongs to Mikuru Suzuki with Lisa Ashton on her tail as well. She's currently 3,200 behind. A win here would make that 2,200 with 4 events to go. She's currently 1,150 ahead of Lisa Ashton. Obviously, that would extend much more if Fallon were to win this final as well. Bo is miles clear at the top. $8,000 to play for, plus this final between these two. Any more questions, let me know. Love the darts. Now I think is the question to say Bo Greaves is the best woman to pick up a dart. Her A game is the best we've ever seen. In terms of being able to flick a switch and go, right, yes, bang. Right now, Bo Greaves' A game is the best we've ever seen from any female player. Lisa Ashton's got that extra gear in her. Fallon Sherrock's got that extra level in her. But in terms of consistent A game, Bo Greaves is right, is there. In terms of the best we've ever seen, again, it's comparing across eras. Is it just the top two to make it through to the Grand Slam and the World Champs? No. So the top one, apart from Greaves, already qualified because so the women's world match play champion qualifies for the Slam and the World Championships. The top ranked player next after that would qualify for the Slam, and then the one after that as well would qualify for the Worlds. Pete Gulliver was unbelievable. Her action is solid, but again, it's about opportunities. Who was it? Who was she with the other day? Was it Duff the other day? I can't remember which event it was, but at one of the seniors events before they went on, etc., someone said something about them both being world champions at Lakeside. Trina won 10. Someone had won 1 or 2 or whatever. And basically, the one men's title was worth more financially than Trina's 10. How absolutely ludicrous is that? Any of the online darts team like to Barney's wedding? Not as far as I know. I certainly haven't been. Yeah, Kevin, it depends on how you rate best. Gift-wise, Bo in terms of ability. Trina's world titles, Trina, which obviously we had that discussion earlier about, does that count more nowadays? Titles, Headman. I think Dieter's absence of a big one means that she's not in that conversation. It looks like Fallon Sherritt will make the world champs minimum. See, I was under that impression, Mark, because it was my belief that if Bo picked the opposite direction as well, that it would be a third place on the women's order of merit. But that's not actually true. That spot would then go back to the PDC to give to the PDPA qualifier. It's in the PDC rulebook. So actually, this game is pretty important. There's still 4 events left, $8,000 total or maximum prize money to play for. But after yesterday's poor day for Fallon and decent enough day for Lisa, and again, first event today, Fallon missing out to Mikuru Suzuki, that loss of Ashton's to Rhiannon O'Sullivan was pretty important for Fallon Sherritt. They were due to meet in the semis, if not. The rest of this is all about Fallon just making the most of the fact that Lisa isn't there and putting as much money distance between them. Sherritt takes the opener then. Big 1-2-4 setup. That should have been more. It should have been a 1-3-8 at least. She missed the big 18. Yes, Mikuru is on the Super Series this week. It's an interesting group, actually. So Group A in the Super Series this week will be Mikuru Suzuki, Kevin Painter, Haruki Muramatsu, Cord Decker of the ADC Europe, Andreas Harrison of ADC Europe, and Chris Wickenden will be the ADC representative in Group A. Group C will be Ricky Palmer, Shane McGurk, and Alex Small, the former Red Dragon champion of champions. Palmer will then compete for the one of the ADC regional belts against Ryan Palmer, Mike Gillett, and Tommy Lishman round out Group B. So yeah, Mikuru will be hot-footing it to Portsmouth. Both ping the ball for one apiece. Back-to-back poor opening visits for Sherrick. It was just 41 in the previous leg, and it's 40 in this leg.
The relationships I had were absolutely always consensual. Now, during that time of promiscuity,
To 1 Sherrick. Honestly, I don't know the details of MVG's dental work. I know it wasn't finished. I know that it caused him some pain. I know he's got more to do. I know that the Dutch are pretty stringent with that. And I know that I am in absolutely no place whatsoever to talk about anybody's teeth. And that's the end of that one. How many more women's events are there before the Grand Slam? I believe there's 4 the next month, so I think they're before the Slam. That'll be the cut-off. Live Lounge sponsored by Prime. I wish. I think they've got bigger deals to fry in the world of YouTube and streaming. They'll go eventually. I'll be honest, it was just all the cans and shit are on this one, so. Do you think the PDC will find a way of getting Fallon in the Grand Slam and the World Championship record? Well, she's there at the moment. She's in one of those qualifying spots, so it's not a case of finding a way. The rules are there, and if she doesn't qualify this time, then there's no way around it. Last year, there was a international qualifier spot that wasn't used properly or didn't have a proper qualifier for it, and they deemed that actually effectively what happened last year was they acknowledged it was their fault that Fallon wasn't going to qualify outright by making her go to a World Series instead of the Women's Series. By not playing in that block of floors, she missed out. And because she'd won the Women's World Match Play, it was a title. It was an easy fix for them. The problem is that they knew that months before they actually made the call, and then it made it look like it was just because it was Fallon. She is a bit off Suzuki. If she wins this, she goes a bit close to Suzuki. She'll only be $2,000 behind her. 2,200 behind her. If she loses this, then it stays at 3.2k, which would seemingly be too much unless you're going to win at least one title, get an early exit from Mikuru elsewhere, and then you might be in business. But yeah, this one sort of has to go for Fallon if she's going to be the player at the Slam. Unless Mikuru declines that invitation, because this one would go down. This is based off rankings. Whereas obviously that spot for Bo is completely different because she won a different event. So if you don't take that, that qualifier goes elsewhere. Do you think a major company will ever sponsor the darts? You'd like to think so. Someone that isn't a bookmaker, an alcohol company, or whatever. We sort of hoped Kazoo might be that company. But it's gone terribly for them. They just had a ridiculous marketing and budget exercise. Yeah, there's hope. I'm not sure it'll ever be a Coca-Cola or someone like a Microsoft, but you never know. The difficulty with that, I guess, is finding somebody who has the budget to sponsor it, but also will gain enough from backing it as a sport. And I'm not sure that exists at the moment. A soft drinks company aren't going to gain masses from doing that. Three apiece then. Poor opening start for both. Sherrick still has the advantage of throw for now in this leg and in the match. Big visit needed. All the players aren't teetotal, though, are they, Kevin? And we know it. There's about 10 in the top 64 that don't drink, at best. It's just frowned upon to be open. Energy drinks become an issue when you have players under the age of 18 or 16 qualifying. As Sherrick moves into the lead once more. Advantage Greaves then to send us to a decider. 6 from 176. A 140 here is absolutely perfect, as is a 136. Ton steady enough, invites pressure from a 140 or more, though. Just 58 to leave the finish just in case. But I suspect 6 darts for Bo Greaves from here to send us to a decider. I don't know, Mark. Long way off that discussion. I think you need talk hard and extra levels of ability. Do we know she can play at that level? Yes. Can she do that week in, week out and go and become a top 16 player in the world of any gender? That's a different conversation altogether. As Bo levels up at 4 apiece, by the way, it sends us to a deciding leg. And another poor opening visit from Fallon Sherrick. Is that going to be her downfall? Decent response from Fallon, but she's still up against it because of that opening 42. A ton or better for Bo Greaves leaves a finish. In fact, 97 leaves a finish. That leaves 1-2-1. So Fallon will need another ton visit minimum here. And that's just to force some pressure. Will she even get a visit at it if she manages to leave it handy? Leaves 80. Which means she should get a dart at tops if she returns. If she returns. Water, maybe, if that's the way they want to go, but we'll see. Fallon then 80 for Women's Series 20 title. Bo Greaves sat on 64, and it is a title success for Fallon Sherrick. She beats Bo Greaves in the final of Women's Series Event 20 to claim the £2,000 first prize and to get closer to booking her spot at the PDC World Championships at the Alexandra Palace this December. Bo Greaves is already there by virtue of winning the Women's World Match Play. However, she has that decision to make because she's still eligible to play in the WDF as well. But Finally, a final win for Fallon Sherrick. Pretty much, Bo Greaves is human. She was magnificent in that final, though. Finishes 8 points better off in the averages, but it is a final win for Fallon Sherrick. So that moves her up to £11,100 in the order of merit. She's 2,200 behind Mikuru Suzuki, but she is 2,150 ahead of Lisa Ashton with 4 events to go, and that might be the difference between Fallon making the World Championships or not. The battle for the Grand Slam will go on with Mikuru Suzuki, who's currently in second place. Quick reminder then, Mikuru Suzuki will be part of the MODUS Super Series this week. She'll get her campaign started in Group A tomorrow morning from 9:30 on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and Sporty Stuff TV. The World Series of Darts finals comes to a conclusion in Amsterdam this evening. The final 4 of Luke Humphreys, Michael Van Gogh, and Nathan Aspinall and Peter Wright set to do battle for the prize in that one. We will have an interview with the winner up on the channel later this evening. Phil Bars will be back tomorrow with myself and Lee Boyce for the live lounge from 8 till 10 UK time. We will be asking Boise if it is the dart show once again because his team suck, which is brilliant. But a big thank you to everybody that's joined me throughout the day here on the stream. Sorry, it's been just myself all day. Hopefully, when we get back into the habit of this again for the last event and moving into 2024, we're able to staff this with at least 2 of us just to keep the conversation moving and make it that little bit better for you, the viewer. As I said, hopefully we will see you all tomorrow evening. And with that, I will see you all very, very soon.